Okay.
Call this third regular joint quarterly meeting of the Board of Directors of the Colorado River Water Conservation District and the Colorado River Water Conservation District Water Enterprise Projects Fund. So let's, first item is to review the meeting agenda and objectives. Mr. Manager, any changes?
Mr. President, we don't have, staff does not recommend any changes to the agenda.
Okay. Then we move on to the consent agenda. Consists of the approval of minutes for the second regular joint quarterly meeting and the special joint meeting teleconference on June 4th. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by
Okay.
Whitmore. Second by, was that by Ely?
Yeah, that was by Ely. Dick,
Good, okay, thank you.
here on page 4 of the April 21 meeting minutes.
Okay,
Has to do with the issue of the approval of the Crystal River Aug study. It shows a unanimous vote, and I know I voted no on that. I guess I'll blame that on the Zoom.
okay. Page 4, let's see. Okay. I will, we'll get that correction made. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, we have one correction to that. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Okay, thank you. Moving on to General Counsel's report. Mr. Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I make a recommendation to convene into executive session, we have, excuse me, 2 items on the agenda for potential discussion in executive session that I believe we probably do not need to discuss in executive session. But I wanted to just flag that for the board before I make a recommendation. And that would be the first one, item 3A, Romanet 1, Wolford Mountain Reservoir and Richard Dam. There's not a whole lot more to update in executive session from staff perspective. Excuse me. And also the last item, Fair Campaign Practices Act and potential ballot question. I believe that while any discussion on those items would qualify for discussion in executive session, that it might be better to do those in public session in conjunction with Andy Mueller's discussion on the potential ballot issue. And I'm happy to discuss legal items there. If board members have concerns about removing or questions about that, either the first item or the last item, happy to discuss that. If there are no questions about that, I would make a recommendation that the board convene into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402 paren 4A, B, and E. We're adding a section, subsection A there for property issue discussion to discuss those items at their recommendation, and that the board would not discuss in executive session items 3A, Romanet 1, or Romanet 9.
Okay, we have a recommendation for General Counsel. Do we have a motion to convene an executive session for all but the first and the last item?
So moved.
Okay, I think Munger got in there first. We have a motion by Munger. We have a second by, who was the second on that?
Reby.
Reby. Okay, thank you, Reby. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Okay, we're executive session. Say your magic words, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we're in executive session, the substance of the discussion in executive session would constitute attorney-client communications for which no further recording needs to be made. And then I would also, since we are going to skip Romanet 1, we'll be proceeding on to Romanet 2, which concerns the Ouray County case. Currently, we are in a, President Merritt, the only other thing I would say is The agenda this time around, I don't think had that public comment section that you had requested previously.
Yeah.
If you wanted to throw that in there, you could.
Yeah, I will toss that in there when we reopen, for come back after break.
So I will deal with this once we come out of executive session.
Okay. Let's come out of executive session and open up the lobby.
Dave. Dave, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta jump off of this meeting to hit a public health meeting, and I'll probably have to do that a couple of times, so just wanted to let you know.
Those are kind of critical right now.
Here.
Yeah, okay.
All
Thank
right.
you, sir. Yep. Okay. I believe the lobby is empty. We're back into open session. Mr. Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. President. During the executive session portion of the River District's board meeting today, the River District discussed and had received advice on agenda items 3A Romanet 2 through Romanet 8. The board did not discuss in executive session the items listed under 3A Romanet 1 or 3A Romanet 9. And I would note for the record as well that Vice President Whitmore was not present during the discussion of agenda item 3A Romanet 2.
Okay.
The board discussed several items on which there was discussion of potential formal action. And I would make a recommendation with respect to a number of those with Jason's help as well. The first one would be with regarding the CRCA implementation item of the Green Mountain Reservoir Administrative Protocol. The proposed action there is that the board authorize staff and council to execute the amendment to the Green Mountain Reservoir Protocol Agreement, Green Mountain Reservoir Administrative Protocol Agreement, and authorize staff and council to execute and file the amended Green Mountain Reservoir Protocol application in the Water Division 5 Water Court.
We have a
So
motion to that
moved.
extent.
This is Aqua Fresca. I would offer that motion.
Thank you. A motion by Director Acrofresco. Is there a second?
Second, Chandler Henry.
We have a second by Chandler Henry. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. None opposed. Okay, next item, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next item would be the discussion on conditional water rights that I would ask Jason to describe for the board.
Yes, we would recommend that the board authorize council to file an application as co-applicant with Denver Water, as we have in the past, seeking a finding of reasonable diligence for the conditional Wolford Mountain Reservoir Dillon Reservoir exchange.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a staff recommendation. Is there a motion to that extent?
Trampy will make that motion.
We have a motion by Director Trampy. Is there a second?
Second by Richard.
Second by Director Richard. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. All opposed, nay, rather. Any abstentions? Hearing none, vote passed unanimously. Next item, sir.
Thank you. We would recommend that the board confirm its intent to maintain the conditional Wolford Mountain Reservoir second enlargement and direct staff to take the steps necessary to complete the appropriation in a reasonably expedient and efficient manner consistent with Colorado law. We would also recommend that the board direct council and staff to file an application seeking a finding of reasonable diligence for the conditional Wolford Mountain Reservoir second enlargement water right.
Okay, we have a staff recommendation. Is there a motion on that?
Move staff recommendation.
That was by Mr. Richard? Yes. Okay, motion by Richard, second.
Trampy.
Second.
a second by Trampy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, nay? No nays? Okay, motion passed unanimously. Next item, sir.
Next item is consistent with the agreement that the River District has with the Basalt District. We would recommend that the board adopt a motion relinquishing any remaining interest in the Basalt project water rights to the Basalt Water Conservancy District. This would in no way affect the River District's interest in ownership at Root Eye Reservoir.
We have a staff recommendation. Is there a motion?
So move, Hazard.
Motion by Director Hazard. Is there a second?
Gray.
Second by Director Gray. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Motion passed unanimously. Next item, land in Moffett County, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think either Jason or Director Gray was going to make a suggestion on this item.
Yeah,
Gray?
just, I'll go ahead. In Moffett County, on the Elkhead property, there's a boundary easement adjustment needed to be done to just clear up some issues that have been ongoing. And I would make the motion that we convey that property per the offer that we've received, contingent upon us being able to work a way to do it without using up the River District's one-time exemption as far as planning and zoning goes. And that if that doesn't work, we'll come back to the board for the direction.
Okay, that is the motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Whitmore. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Motion passed unanimously. Let's see if we can get it done. Okay, anything else from executive session, Mr. General Counsel?
No, I don't have anything else further from executive session, Mr. President. Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to go into a brief recess, and we will return. Let's come back at 10:25. We'll be back on schedule then. And I want to welcome the folks who are here from the public to join us, and we will be reconvening at 10:25. Thank you. Mr. Mueller, is there any such thing as a virtual gavel?
That's an excellent question. I haven't seen one in use yet, but
Okay,
probably some.
maybe you can order me one, okay?
No.
That'd be nice, yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, well, it's 10:25 now. Going to come back and do a general session. I want to thank everybody for attending this meeting of the Colorado River Water Conservation District Board. It's our quarterly board meeting. At this point, as we wait, while we let's see one person waiting to come in, I'd like to open this to the general public. If there is anyone that wishes to make a comment to the board on an item that's not on the agenda, give this opportunity.
I think maybe Audrey can help me with this. I believe a member of the public, if they desire to speak, would need to use the raise hand function.
Raise
So that
hand. I'm trying to scan through to see if there is anybody that wishes to.
we would then turn their audio on if that's the
Yeah.
case.
I don't see anybody that's in that category.
Nope.
Nope. We have a fair number of folks. We got a total of 41 in the board meeting, probably about a dozen of those. Mr. Riker is just joining too, I see. 42 now in the board meeting. Okay, not seeing anybody on it with a hand raised. Let's move on into the next the agenda item, which is the general manager's report with an update on our long-term financial condition. Mr. Mueller.
Actually, if I may, I didn't know if general counsel was done with his public report yet. Peter, if
No, I wasn't. Thank you.
Oh, okay,
Andy.
yeah.
There was an additional item that we were proposing for action out of the public report, and that is a request that the board approve and authorize the execution of a stipulation in the Taylor Park Reservoir Exchange and Refill Case 11 CW 31, Water Division 4. This is the case that concerns how water is effectively released from Taylor Park Reservoir, both during the fill season and after the fill. A stipulation and a decree was entered, excuse me, in that case a number of years ago, but the dry season of 2018 caused a dispute, a local dispute with a local landowner on the Taylor River in particular. And in order to avoid a litigation, the parties, including the River District, renegotiated that stipulation and some terms of the decree. That negotiation process took a while. That focused primarily on provisions that would protect the Taylor River fishery during the winter season by ensuring that the Taylor Park Reservoir storage was at a sufficient level, by limiting releases during the summer season and very dry years, so that winter levels were high enough to allow sufficient releases during the winter season so as not to strand the redds that the fish eggs basically during the winter. But at the same time, the other water users wanted to preserve the Bureau of Reclamation's flexibility in operating the reservoir, to have the ultimate discretion with respect to releases in dry years, well, in all years, but specifically in dry years, to manage other uses, including recreation and irrigation and other consumptive uses in the basin. I believe that the stipulation finally does that to the satisfaction of all of the parties. There is some fine-toothing on the language to be done still, but I anticipate that that will be done in the relative near term. And if the board were so inclined, we would make a recommendation that the board authorize council to execute that stipulation. I believe a copy is attached to your public board report, subject to any minor editorial changes that will be made. And I see Director Trampy has a
I
question.
believe you have some comments on this. Yes, sir.
I hope this solves the problem, Peter. That just, it's an ongoing battle up there. So I've been involved in it a long time, but I hope this helps. I would move staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion to accept staff recommendation by Mr. Trampy. Is there a second?
Van and Brink, I will. I've read that Taylor Park water right thing, and I hope it fixes it too. That's probably one of the most confusing things I've ever read. It's very complicated.
Yeah. Well, then we have a motion and a second. I think this is, you've been working this Taylor Park issue for a while, haven't you, Mr. Trampy? Long time. We have a motion and a second to approve the stipulation. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Hearing none. Motion passes unanimously. Anything else, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have anything else for potential action other than to ask if the board has any questions or comments on other items in the general counsel report. I would note also that there is a discussion on the Fair Campaign Practices Act requirements and a potential ballot question in your board packet, both from me in the general report and from Andy, of course. Your special counsel that you've have authorized, Dee Weiser, is participating, observing the discussion today in case there are any specific questions that either I or Jason or Andy have ready at the tip of our tongue. We may want to consult with Mr. Weiser, but of course, we are in public session. Just as long as everybody acknowledges that, it should be fine.
Thank you. You know, as we constantly revisit some of these agreements, I'm reminded of the title of Minute 242 of the Mexican Treaty that authorized the salinity control program. It's called the Permanent and Definitive Solution to the Mexican Salinity Problem. And that was about 50 years ago, and we're still working on it. So nothing is permanent or definitive.
You know, that some of these things take a long time. That is true.
Yeah.
So I don't have anything else unless there are questions on a public report, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, as we said right before the break, I'd like to try to not start the discussion on the potential ballot issue until the 10:45 timeframe, just because I think there are a number of members of the public who have indicated their desire to listen and perhaps participate or comment on that.
Good point.
I think it's important to do that. So with your permission, I'd like to cover a few other things on the agenda under the general manager's report, if that works for you, Mr. President.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yep.
Great. The first thing I would say actually is my general manager's report does not contain an update on my mid-year goals or a review of my goals at the mid-year. That was a direction of the board officers who felt that we had other things we needed to focus on during this meeting. I do welcome any board members' input or thoughts, whether publicly online or privately on the phone, in terms of my performance or my ability or performance in meeting those goals. I certainly have reviewed them and you know, believe that I'm accomplishing most of those goals. I will just add that accomplishing goals in the public sector and water policy is something that is takes much more time than my private law practice previously did. So
Peggy, has anybody, have you or anybody talked to Bill Walford recently?
I'm going to mute President Barrett for a moment. If no one else has questions, I just want to let you know that's certainly open for discussion. I would like to just turn real quickly maybe to the WaterSmart grant update in the board memo. If you'll recall, the district received or applied for and then received notice of an award back in November that we had been selected for a WaterSmart grant under the a water marketing title. And what our former employee, Sonia Chavez, correctly noted that a number of our activities in the study of demand management qualified for essentially a program that we were studying a water market. And so knowing the district's financial condition, Sonia suggested we apply for that grant. We did in fact apply for it in the form of, and were awarded $315,000 or up to that amount. Those have to be used as matching funds. And those three activities with respect to demand management that were identified in the grant proposal and that we're working with the Bureau to fund at this point. Well, number one, I do want to mention that the Bureau did finally, we do have a contract with the Bureau as of June. So it only took us 6 months to get that contract in place from November. We did get it, and we appreciate the Bureau's work with us on that. I will say that the contracting officers that we're dealing with are really phenomenal people, and appreciate their efforts on behalf of the Bureau to move that contract through their process. It's just the process there is longer than some others that exist, even ours. The things that we're funding through that include our risk study, ongoing risk study work, which John Courier will be reporting on later. It includes our secondary economic impact study work that Mike Eitel will be reporting on later in the meeting. And then the stakeholder, River District stakeholder group that I'd just like to touch on with you. We're not seeking any action on this item. I said that I may be in your board report, but we don't need the board action. I just would like to update you on what we're doing. If you recall, the state is studying the feasibility of demand management program, which would involve the intentional reduction of consumptive use of water with the intention to quantify, verify, and then store that water in Lake Powell and potentially other CRISP reservoirs in a special storage account that was approved by the federal government under the Drought Contingency Plan legislation, excuse me. The district, the state is engaged in a feasibility study of how such a program, is it feasible, what would it look like? You may have seen the headlines that in the paper, and I know many of you have been involved in, and you've heard reports along the way of these work groups set up by the CWCB. Myself and many other staff members sit on those work groups, and we continue to be engaged in those. Those work groups submitted reports in June to the CWCB. In the July CWCB meeting last week, the board discussed that for about an hour. The report in total was about 208 pages. So you can imagine an hour-long discussion did not delve into the details of it. But the conclusion was that, you know, don't see any huge roadblocks, immediate fatal flaws in the process, and that they wanted to move forward and have a workshop at the CWCB board level sometime in September. And then they would move on to further steps in studying demand management. I recognize, and I just want to reiterate for the benefit of the public who are on this meeting, that this board and this staff have never taken a position in favor of demand management nor necessarily against it. This board's position has been to engage with the state and the Upper Colorado River Commission to understand it and to advocate for Western Colorado's interests in such a program if it were to exist. We currently, you know, if you recall, the River District is where we do our best work is when we are able to bring the West Slope together, convene the West Slope, and then be able to speak with one voice on water issues. Demand management, it has a wide variety of opinions and thoughts and positions taken by all of our stakeholders on the West Slope. There's not readily apparent unanimous or consensus on how and what demand management, whether it should even occur and what it is and what it would look like if it did. What does compensated mean? What does temporary mean? You know, what is equitable? All these questions that pop up. But we know as the district that if we're going to do our job, we need to understand what our water users are thinking and feeling. And our board does a great job of doing that most of the time for us as staff members, as well as our own interaction with water users. But on something this complicated and this contentious, we felt that convening an additional group of stakeholders from throughout the River District and representing the various water use segments or sectors, and you know, 30 to 35 folks with the benefit of a professional facilitator and walking through the issues and trying to arrive at a consensus on many of them. I realize it, you know, frankly, may be an ambitious goal, but if we can arrive at that consensus and we can help our grassroots folks, or they can help inform our positions as staff and our engagement as staff in that process, we can then more accurately speak with the voice that Western Colorado needs on this important issue. I think that the risk we run if we don't conduct the stakeholder group well and engage in it is that there are a lot of folks, and I would say there are a lot of folks who think demand management is really the way to go, and there's a lot of will pushing it that way. There's also a lot of hydrologic reasoning behind the idea of demand management. We are in a remarkably long period of reduced precipitation, increased temperatures that is causing reduced flows in the river. There's no doubt about that. And so the question is, how do we best protect our interests in Western Colorado? Convening this group and helping us understand and perhaps bring many of our stakeholders from throughout the basin to a consensus, I think will help do what we are supposed to do, which is lead the West Slope and provide that voice that the West Slope needs on these issues. I think this is going to be a really challenging process. I've been involved in lots of discussions, and there are lots of contentious different opinions and positions, lots of different interests. That's why we are in the process of hiring a facilitator. We're in that process at the staff level. We believe, given the responses, we actually put an RFP out, a request for proposals. We got 12 qualified applicants submitting proposals. We're in the process of selecting one of those. We believe that we can do so within the discretionary limit that you've delegated to me. And so we're kind of in that process, but we're encouraged and excited about launching that. The makeup of that, I would just say we are intending to hold these meetings publicly, probably in this format right here. It is unfortunate, but that's the world in which we live in at the moment. We'd like to do this in a way that at least our records and our reports don't attribute statements to the participants, that it's a non-attribution setting so that we're not causing people to hold back. These important issues are going to take a lot of effort. Let me just say that. I would anticipate this process being a year to 18 months long. It depends on the group as to how many meetings we would actually need. There may be some breakout meetings and those kind of things. Again, we've been talking to a number of the facilitators to see what their ideas are. So that's where we're headed. I just wanted to give you an update. I welcome your comments and thoughts on that. I know I've heard from a number of you privately, but the one other thing, let me just say this. You'll recall, this is, from my perspective, intended to be an additional grassroots effort outside of the board. That's not saying we can't have board members, but should we have more than 2 board members who are participating in this committee, we would need to notice those as board meetings and record them potentially and comply with the open meetings law, and could just add to the process that's required. So I just say that not with a desire to influence your decisions, but just to let you know that's one of the thought processes that certainly goes into my thinking about how we constitute this group. So with that, I just ask if there are any comments or questions about that process.
Any comments from the board on that? Yes.
Kathy,
Henry. Let's see.
Hey, Kathy, you're muted.
Muted.
There we go.
Yep,
Sorry
okay,
about that. Yeah, I just want to commend you, Andy, and the staff for tackling this project, and thank Sonia for teeing up that idea of the grant application. I think it's what we have been pushing CWCB for, is to make an open process with good, robust dialogue about demand management, both the good, the bad, and the ugly. So I think it's really an appropriate role for the River District, and I'll be excited to hear what conversations come out of that.
Thank you, Director Chandler Henry. And I want to emphasize that our intent with this group is to feed into that state process, that CWCB process, to take the product and input of this group back to the state and encourage that if the state's going to adopt a demand management program, that at least the rules and structure of the program take into account the West Slope desires and efforts through this group. So that's really our intention.
Well, thank you. I think this demonstrates the need for the River District to have the resources to be able to get involved in these sorts of activities. It's increasingly important that we're able to stand on our own in water issues in the future. And I think that tees into this, our next discussion item.
I think Director Aquafresca has his hand raised.
Oh, okay. Didn't see. Okay, Steve, Director Aquafresca.
Thank you. Has it been determined how the River District will identify the 30 or 35 participants in this exercise? What criteria might we use? How will those determinations be made?
Sure. It's an excellent question. We're at the staff level, we've worked collaboratively to identify individuals in the upper and lower basin of our major rivers to try to bring varieties of grower. And so if you look in the ag world, varieties of growers or producers that may participate in different segments of the agricultural economy. And so we're looking at zeroing in on a number of those folks. We've asked and reached out to our water conservancy districts for recommendations that they may see as appropriate or someone that they think is useful. Honestly, we are focusing on trying to broaden that circle out to get some voices that we haven't heard. As you know, there are oftentimes the same voices in the same crowd. So we're trying to broaden that out a little bit. And then with respect to water providers, domestic water providers, we're looking at both kind of urban, major urban water providers down in Junction, as well as some of our more rural districts in the state, in our district, to try to represent that issue. And then in industry, we're also looking at some of the major industrial players who, many of whom are in flux as we talk about water, and certainly their water consumption is in flux. So it'd be important to have those folks at the table as well. We're doing our best, Director Aquafresca, but I wouldn't say that it's necessarily scientific. I don't know of a really scientific manner to do that. But I would say if you know of anybody who you think would be helpful or appropriate, I welcome directors to forward names or recommendations to me and Audrey, who's working on this project with me. So.
All right, very good. I may be interested in doing that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well, hearing no other comments on that, I'd like to turn to the item A in my manager's report, which is an update on the long-term financial condition and discussion of possible action regarding a potential River District ballot question. As you'll recall, over the last several years, the district management and the board have been studying our long-term fiscal situation here at the board or here at the district. We've been impacted by a diminishing energy sector and therefore diminishing tax revenues from that sector. We've been impacted by the Gallagher Amendment, and we've been impacted by the spending and revenue limitations of Tabor. The district has never been, in colloquial terms, debruced. Those three combinations have held over the last 10 years our revenue flat or in certain years declining, and has created a situation where our expenses, even though modest and controlled over that same period of time, they're at less than 3% average per year. But the inflation plus growth rate and the variable economy, as Tabor kind of moves our mill levy up and down, or down. And then if we do this mill levy credit, it goes back up a little bit. But it is, by all predictions, those three events are likely to create a situation where we're going to have some significant trouble with our expenses. That being said, as with any business owner or homeowner or responsible party, the district over the last 2.5 years has engaged in some significant cost-cutting measures, which I think you are all aware of. I just want to mention that we have downsized our staff by 15%, so 4 positions since I came in. And we have eliminated our grant program. We have, or at least suspended it until further notice. We have instituted across the board cuts in the district of about 15% in order to try to match or meet our and be responsible with our dollars and the taxpayers' money. That's our obligation, and I think it's a good exercise for any government to go through that. I believe that the district staff is efficient, and at this level of staffing, we are capable of achieving the very important mission that the district has. I am greatly concerned that, especially if we look at Gallagher, for instance, the predictions that as soon as 2022, we will be impacted as much as $425,000 in our general fund by the decreasing residential assessment ratio. That impact on our district would cause me, unfortunately, to have no choice but to eliminate additional positions and, frankly, provide even less assistance to our water users throughout the West Slope. So I look at that and I see that as a significant problem. I have in January came to you and made a recommendation. I would say pre-COVID, but as we know, it was on the globe. It just wasn't actively in Colorado that we knew of at the time. I recommended to you that you consider a potential increase in our tax rate, our mill levy rate. Currently, it's set at 0.252 mils, so just over 1/4 of a mil. And I recommended that you consider asking the voters for authority to raise that mill up to 0.5 mils, so 1/2 mil total. So that would be a 0.248 mil increase. And I made that recommendation, suggesting that this board consider that. And what I see really, in terms of what we would do with that money is really critical. I think some significant needs in the community as well as here at the district. As I talked about, our 14% of our, well, let me say that is predicted if the board went with that increase and asked the voters, and the voters were to approve it. What I have asked the board to consider adopting is a fiscal implementation plan that you have in your packets and the public has, which would commit the board to using no more than 14% of that revenue to deal with our district overhead issues and shore up some of the expenses that are being borne by the enterprise and that may be appropriately moved to the general fund. So we would take care of that issue. We would not, and I want to stress this, our recommendation is for this board and myself to commit to not hiring additional or creating additional staff positions beyond the 22 that we currently have. And then what we would do with the rest of that money, roughly $4.2 million the first year, and the years after that, would be use that money for partnership programs within the district to satisfy a variety of known needs in the water community and in our communities at large on water issues. There's a wide variety across the board of deficits that exist, and we would like to have the board, as you'll see in that fiscal implementation plan, and as I think you've studied it, look at committing to funding those 5 buckets in equal amounts over time, and equitable distribution throughout the district. I think it's important in talking to this board and our county commissioners and the public at large. I heard from a lot of folks say, yes, we know we have these needs. I mean, you look at the Colorado Water Plan and our basin roundtables, and our basin roundtables have identified significant needs in all of those areas that we have laid out in that fiscal implementation plan that that are in need of funding, and that will assist the West Slope at ensuring or increasing its water security. And that water security in the future, as we see the effects of climate change on the Colorado River, as we see the population growth in the east and down basin, as well as within our own district, is really critical. And so those projects are ones that we as a district would come in as partners and fund to assist our water users, our communities, with funding their priorities. The commitment there is really important. The public has said, look, we support that. We support you making sure that it's a balanced approach. I will tell you that there are lots of interest groups, and some of those interest groups are concerned that the district would put too much money towards, say, healthy rivers, and the other interest groups are concerned that it might put too much money towards productive agriculture or infrastructure or conservation and efficiency measures. And so it's really important that the board consider a commitment to the balancing of those buckets, if you will. I want, before I continue, I wanted the board, if you remember, we at your request, we had the benefit of presenting public opinion research back in April that was done in March. That work was done just as the coronavirus pandemic was rolling out in the state. Ski areas had closed down, restaurants were being closed down. So we kind of caught the beginning of the economic turmoil. Those results came back remarkably positive in their support for this measure. This board was skeptical, knowing that this pandemic has caused a kind of a constant barrage of information that causes people to potentially change their opinions on almost anything, and obviously even masks, things as simple as that. So we really want to find out. You asked us to find out more right before this meeting. Lori Weigel from Newbridge Strategies is on the line with us. Her organization conducted some polling at the end of June, I believe, maybe into the first week of July, and has the results. I forwarded those to the board on Friday when we got them in, but I wanted you to hear directly from Lori. She's going to walk you through her presentation and be available for questions. And then once she's done that, I want to come back and just say a few more things and then open it up to a discussion of the board. So Lori, thank you for coming. I appreciate you being here. And if you want to take it away, please do.
Sure, absolutely. And can everyone hear me okay? I'm not at my usual location.
That's very good at my end. Thank you. Yep.
Okay, wonderful. Good. I have kicked all the children out of the house. So hopefully I won't be interrupted. So thank you, Audrey, for guiding us through the slides. If you can move to the next one for me, that would be wonderful. So thanks everyone for giving us this opportunity to sort of check back in with district residents. I think I mentioned last time that I have done survey presentations on September the 11th, the actual September the 11th. I've done survey presentations after, the financial collapse in 2008. This one is a doozy though. So I think it was a prudent step to sort of check in and just get a sense of where the voters are standing. It's obviously, my crystal ball is a little cloudy, so it's hard to say how long these sentiments are going to hold, but we've seen remarkably little change in terms of some of the ballot questions that we've asked over time, and this is going to be another proof point for that, for what we've been seeing around the state, and in fact, in some other states as well. So here we spoke to 600 residents throughout the district. So those are apportioned proportionally. So obviously Mesa County has more population than some other counties. So it all bears out based on the proportional standing in terms of the population throughout the district. We offered a couple of different ways to participate in this survey. So we had about 1 in 4 that participated via an email invitation that they responded to and were connected to a web link version of the survey. And then it was 73% that participated either on a landline or a cell phone. Obviously, there's a margin of error, as with any survey. I know you guys all pay attention to the news and are very familiar with this, but in this case, it's plus or minus 4%. So to give you some sense of scale, a lot of times when we're doing national surveys or when the national news media is doing surveys to represent the entire country, they are interviewing either 800 or 1,000 respondents, and their margin of error is usually around 3%. So this is very much in line in a robust sample. So I think we can have a great deal of confidence in this data. So this was conducted June 25th through July 2nd, just prior to the 4th of July holiday. Keep in mind, we're going to be reflecting back on those results. Those were done March 13th through 19th. So just so we've got that comparison point there. So moving ahead in the slides for me. Thank you. So we asked an overall question, and I think, again, we've seen a great deal of stability, just some bumping around a little bit, but really within a narrow band of responses here, where people are telling us over the last couple of years that they have a positive image of the River District. It's a solid majority. Now, there's not a great deal of intensity to that. It's about almost half that are saying they're very favorable. Very, very few are unfavorable in any way, shape, or form. I would note that, some people may just be responding to the name of the entity when we ask them in this manner about the Colorado River Water Conservation District, also known as the Colorado River District. Those are typically really good words. We're evoking the state, we're evoking rivers, we're evoking water conservation. So those are things that people maybe feel positively about. They may not be able to tell you exactly all the types of things that the River District does, and may not have intimate knowledge of that. But again, that's something that will be in the ballot language, and it's something that obviously provokes a positive or neutral response from the vast majority of the residents in this district. On the next slide, we just have a comparison point to how they responded to the River District versus their county government or state government. Obviously a lot more mixed and some negative responses. We can't look at every single state individually, but every single county individually here, but obviously a little more mixed in terms of that. So they're not they're more positive towards the River District overall. So let's get to the heart of it. On the following slide, you're going to see the language that we tested this time. We did not include a sunset here, so I just wanted to make sure and highlight that. But obviously we're following and testing much like what respondents would see eventually on a potential ballot. So it's all of that Tabor gobbledygook technical language that's at the beginning, and that's required by state law, telling them how the district would use those funds. And we're going to see that many of those resonate quite strongly with residents throughout the district. Noting that there's some things that you all do, such as a independent financial audit that's done, no matter what, but noting that to as sort of a accountability provision within the ballot language. And then concluding that with the, I think it's the deep-bursting language, spent notwithstanding any limits provided by law. So that's a lot, but then we asked them if the election were being held today, would they vote yes or no on that question? And the response, as you can see on the next slide, was incredibly similar to the positive response we saw in March. So today, in late June, early July, we had 63% indicating that if the election were being held today and that was the proposal on the ballot, they would vote yes in support of that. It was 65% in March. And you can, so obviously that's well within that 4% margin of error. As well, the definite yes. So we followed that up by asking, and would you definitely vote yes or definitely, or just probably vote yes based on that response? And 37% today said definitely yes. So just, again, within the margin of error of what we saw in March. 22% indicated that if the election were being held today, they would vote no, and another 14% were holding back. But really, it's that number, it's that 63% that is really the critical number there. Usually, it used to be sort of a rule of thumb that people would want to be at 60% or higher in order to feel confident that they would meet with success on the ballot. It's pretty rare that we see support levels this high for schools. Various cases, all state. So 63% is quite positive, and again, obviously has not shifted significantly. Clearly, there's some dynamics underneath this. So we followed that up by asking them for the reasons they voted. They said yes. That water is something that is important to people, that even as we're looking at, you know, sort of our sort of very different existence today, that water is sort of a constant. And people say things like, you know, the fact that, you know, water is just fundamental, it's essential for life, things like that. We took their responses and categorized them so that it'd be a little easier to see some of the common themes that we heard. Very much they support keeping water in Western Colorado. We also note that about 5% of the respondents that were voting yes indicate something along those same lines, but a little more anti-Front Range, or just, you know, I don't want others taking our water. So it was sort of the same theme, but just a different twist to it that we thought was worth pointing out. In the ballot language, obviously we evoked a number of things. One of those was farmers, ranching. So a 12% said something related to those types of themes. Another 7% pointed to the health of rivers or just sort of the environment in general. There were a few that were voting yes that said, well, I said yes, but I'd like some more information. That's part of the reason we never sort of count on our undecided voters, because we know that they're holding back potentially for some sort of reason. And then really it's just handfuls of others talking about personal connection to rivers and waterways in Western Colorado, or focusing in on drinking water, or fishing, or other aspects of these issues. But clearly, I think on the next slide that we've got some examples of some of the things that people said in support of the proposal. You can see clearly there's some really, some of these things that kept percolating up in terms of the common responses throughout. Responses throughout the district. These are just a few evocative examples of some of the types of things that we heard from residents in explaining the rationale for support. On the flip side, of course, on the reasons that no, but if it was not first, it was not saying, in fact, about water's importance. Simply that it was they were investing in the trust the river district specifically. It was more just, I'm not sure I trust government to handle this type of thing. And in fact, it was interesting because a number of respondents that said they were voting no at the same time would say something probably, well, I like farms and ranches, or that's important, but I just, I can't afford to increase taxes right now. So we thought that was worth pointing out. And so really it's just a sort of, yes, sir.
If I can, just while we're on the slide, the 69% on this slide, that's 69% of the 22% that said they would vote no, correct?
Yes, thank you. So it's among that universe of who said no. So it's not 69% of all respondents by any means. No, it's 69% of those, the small group that said they would vote no, who indicated why was simply just concerns about raising taxes. Thank you for clarifying that for me. So on the next slide, we've just got a few different subgroups that might be helpful perspective. We often see that age is a relationship to people's bodies, gender does as well. In this case, and one of the reasons that you're seeing this higher level of support is really that across the board, we're seeing support, solid majorities registering support for this particular proposal. And in fact, usually younger women are one of the most positive groups, especially when it comes to education measures or parks measures, or honestly, lots of different proposals. In this case, those relatively younger men are one of the most supportive subgroups. And then on the next slide, I think we have it broken out a couple different ways here. Sorry. Thank you. And especially college educated respondents were somewhat more likely to support the proposal. So it's just worth a mention there. And then finally, party often bears a relationship predictably to how people respond to tax proposals. In this case, we have a solid majority of Republicans, in fact, being more supportive. And you can see it's only 1 in 3 Republicans that are voting no at this time. Some are holding back, obviously, and saying they're undecided. But it's fairly rare that we have a majority of Republicans offering to increase their own taxes in support of ballot proposals. So this is very significant support. And then finally, again, Mesa County is the only one that we can break out individually on the next slide. But we broke it 6 ways to Sunday, and really no matter how we broke out these numbers. And I can offer probably offline some explanations of which counties go into which buckets here. But generally, we saw solid support. There wasn't an area where this proposal slipped below the critical 50% threshold. And in fact, 3 in 5 voters in Mesa County, which, as you all know, is not always embracing of every tax proposal, indicated support. So it's, again, solid numbers throughout. On the next slide, we just got a few more things. Oh, we just broke out Mesa County by a few more subgroups. So you can see it's across the board really that we're seeing that support level in Mesa County. And then sportsman status also made no difference. Sometimes that can be a significant factor, and we'll particularly see anglers be somewhat more supportive, but really irrespective of whether someone's a hunter, an angler, both or neither, in this case, we saw significant support. Now, of course, one area that we know is that if people have a favorable opinion of the Colorado River District, they are far more likely to be supportive. And these numbers are just really off the charts, with 80% of those who are very favorable and 3/4 of those overall who have a favorable opinion of the River District, indicating overall support. If they had no opinion or never heard of it, they were still responsive to this ballot proposal, but not nearly to the extent that those who are somewhat familiar. So really, that's going to be a critical factor moving forward. And then We did clarify the cost impact. In this case, it is sort of woven into the ballot language in a way that sometimes it's not, but we wanted to make sure that no one had missed it there. Usually we'll break it out because you have such massive variations within some of these counties in terms of property values and people's individual home values. We break it out by per $100,000 in home value per year. And most people obviously are thinking about it in terms of residential home values and not the impact in terms of a business, although that might be something that's helpful to explain, for a chamber of commerce or something like that. But that $1.90 price point is something that is a clear positive here. 42%, it shifts up in terms of the intensity of support and just barely, sort of nudges up in terms of the overall support once that particular piece is highlighted. And, oftentimes, and I'll say prior to 2008, we never saw price points really matter very much to voters. It didn't tend to predict their response. But over the last about 12 years, it has. Excuse me. One more, I think a couple more slides. Thank you. So we did just check, apologies. We did just check really quickly on a few of the uses of the funds. And you can see here that we saw a slight tick down in terms of some of the very intense responses, but really all of these things are something that are resonating strongly. We tend to look at something being extremely or very important and really say that 35% or higher registering it as extremely or very important is a significant number. In this case, we have majorities saying that all of these are extremely or very important. So, again, I think it speaks to the primacy of water in all its various forms, but particularly drinking water, the ag uses, just sort of keeping water on the west slope and using it for those on the west slope. That is really significant for residents here and something that just resonates in a very different way than almost anything else on which we do survey. So to sum up, since I'm about to lose my voice here, sorry about that. Clearly, we did not see an erosion over time. That is not to say that I can predict what is going to happen over the next few months. I wish I could. I'd feel a lot better about things. So it's hard to say, but I mean, I've been working with and talking to pollsters around the country. They're seeing much the same thing, that even people that have experienced unemployment, that most people have been assuming that these things are somewhat temporary, that we're going to get through this. And while some people are clearly hurting right now, again, when they are looking at proposals like this, they're saying, well, what does it fund? In this case, water is exceptionally important, as we've talked about. And the particular things that you all do in order to keep it on the, keep those resources there on the western slope and support agriculture. If anything, we've seen heightened sort of awareness of the precarious position that many farmers and ranchers are in throughout the country because of the disruptions during COVID. And so, I think if anything, this underscores how important this, the work that the district does. It is, we're just not seeing big differences in terms of the response that we received based on any of the various subgroups between March and today. Older women were somewhat more modest in their support today, but not significantly. And really, the no voters are just more concerned about a tax increase sort of in principle. I think the price point here is something that is really helpful to communicate and something that sort of underscores, and people actually said in their responses sometimes, was this seems to be a small amount to pay for the work that's being done on water issues. So, apologize for losing my voice there for a second. Happy to go back, and I'm not quite sure how much time I have allotted. So if I've exceeded that, I apologize. Or I don't know if there's space for questions in the agenda.
Lori, I appreciate that. I think that was very helpful information. I think it would be important, Dave, I would recommend taking some time for the board.
This is one of the most consequential decisions the district has made in a long time, and there's definitely time for questions on this. And I'm going to try and keep on standing for digital hand raise, or looking at the screen too. So does anybody wanted to start off with questions for Ms. Weigel? Anybody with questions? Anybody with observations they want to make on this? Yeah, this is, as I said, one of the most consequential decisions we're going to be making in quite a while. So we really hope to have some very good discussion on this.
I do, President Merritt, I do see Mr. Aquafresca with his hand raised.
Oh, okay, Steve, yes. Mr. Aquafresca, yep. I'm trying to unmute you here.
He's doing the same, I think.
Okay, he's done. Yep. And then Ms. Chandler Henry, yep. Steve? You were unmuted. Let's see. Audrey, can you unmute him? Or?
There you go.
There, I'm sorry.
Okay, great.
Technical glitch.
Yeah.
Thank you. These polls are done without any organized opposition present, of course. And I'm certain in Mesa County, like all tax increase proposals in Mesa County, there would be opposition, organized to a greater or lesser degree. How much is that likely to change voters' sentiment? What impacts would organized opposition have?
Well, I hate to say it depends, but it depends. So usually it needs to be funded opposition, so some sort of well-funded advertising efforts. It more than say letters to the editor or negative Facebook posts. It typically needs to be something where there's a little bit of financial backing behind it in order to peel away support. Obviously, one would hope that there would also be a group beyond an independent group that would be providing rationales for why people should support it as well. So I think there's the potential for that to chip away some, but you also are starting at a somewhat higher place than a lot of proposals typically are. And the one thing that we know people will see is that ballot language. And so making sure that ballot language is really clear, that it evokes residents' priorities, that it is including that personal financial impact so they can really understand how much it costs them. I think all of those things that are in this proposal that we tested are things that really resonate. So I don't know that you would expect to see it stay as in the 60s necessarily, but I think it would take something that's has some money and financial backing in order to pull it all the way down below 50%. I mean, granted, I don't know what else is coming down the road. I wasn't predicting pandemic on my 2020 schedule, so there could be other things that happen that could certainly impact support, but that's true any year. And I will say, after 2008, granted that happened in the fall, But there were many ballot measures that received majority support that year. It was really, the following year, 2009, 2010, where things were more precarious in terms of support, because it sort of sunk in for people, the impacts there. And they were more hesitant, and boards were more hesitant to put ballot proposals before voters. So I really think this is, I think given your numbers, given the excellent ballot language, given just simply that voters are saying, that water is important, and that this funding level doesn't seem overwhelming to them. And I'm not seeing every single proposal have numbers like this right now in the state of Colorado. So I think you all are in a somewhat different position than others are. But I can't say that if someone spent millions of dollars against it, it wouldn't pull it, Yeah.
Ms. Chandler Henry, you had a question or comments?
Yeah, just a comment. I find it really interesting that the negative view of this seems to be pretty exclusively tied to an anti-tax sentiment, which is totally understandable. And I think it's not very movable. But the overwhelming view of the river district is very positive. So the work that we have to do, should we decide to move forward with this, has such a huge head start already, because people feel positively about the river district. And then the folks who are concerned about tax, maybe not just 100% anti-tax regardless, but concerned about financial implications, it looks like they are somewhat mollified by the amount of the increase, feeling like that's a reasonable ask from an organization that they feel quite strongly about. So interesting results, and seems very positive to me.
Mm-hmm. Any other board comments on this? I mean, we really want to hear. Karen Stegelmeyer.
Well, thank you, Lori, for your work on this. I think the results are pretty positive. And I think that our constituents in general are more aware of the work that needs to be done. And we know that we need to do more work than ever. And it's not possible to do the work that we need to do with the staff cutbacks that we've experienced. I do think, talking about predicting the future, that there are plenty of unknowns, but one thing that could put us in a worse position in the near future is just all the cutbacks that local governments are going to be doing, and people are going to be experiencing that. So I think this November is the time to go.
President Merritt, I noticed that Director Catlin has his hand raised, I believe.
Oh, did I miss Mark? Okay. Director Catlin, there you, Director Catlin. Yep.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. I'm glad to be with you. I have a question in regards to the southern counties. What is that? Uray, Montrose, Delta?
Yes, exactly. It's just they're a little more Republican, to be honest. They're a little more conservative politically. So as you saw on that chart, there was a relationship there to partisan affiliation or partisan registration in Colorado and responses. And so I think it doesn't appear that it's different views of the river district or anything like that. It appears to be that that's what's accounting for that somewhat different response.
Thank you.
Okay, other hands being raised.
Yeah, so this is Munger. I'd like to
yeah, go ahead.
So I'd like to make a couple comments. So, hey, if we can't get something like this passed right now, can't waste a good emergency, a 20-year drought and the rest. So, we really need to capitalize on the emergency. And so I think that I'm worried a little bit about the wording and some, I understand Mesa counties and the putting in the suggestion that we aren't going to use the money for buy and dry or to follow and dry and the rest. And again, I guess I'm all right with that if we move forward on this thing. But, you know, I think we need to make sure that we really have a good plan or a sales plan on what we're going to do with the money when we get it back, you know, and how it affects each of the basins and how it affects each of the counties and more. And Marty, I know you're working on, you know, a potential campaign strategy, but, you know, we really need to bring this home to each county, bring it home to each one of the voters, and how we do that, and what's going to be in it for me, and why do I want to do that, and again, we get past the I'm against all tax increases, and they should already have enough money, and you know, we shouldn't be going there. So, but I really think, you know, I'm really going to be, I was supportive of it before, and I'm really going to be supportive of it now. I think that we need to move forward on this and figure out how we can talk to all of our citizens and all the different constituencies, and whether it's recreation and the rest to go on. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller, could you address both the implementation plan and the language that is being proposed on the no fallowing?
I certainly can. I just wanted to point out, I think Director Alley raised his hand, and I while Lori is
okay.
here, and maybe Marty is raising her hand as well. So
okay, I'm trying to, I don't see any digital up there, so.
No, it was a.
Okay, Director Alvey, and then Director Whitmore.
Tom, you're on mute.
Tom, you're up. You're unmuted.
Try that, but I don't think you can hear me.
We can.
Yes, we can hear you. Yep. Yep.
Hallelujah. A couple of things. Appreciate the polling, and it does show a very favorable reaction. And as representative from one of the southern counties, I will say that the reaction here is pretty positive. Amongst people I've heard that I've talked to about this, there's good support, and I think that this year is a good time to move forward. Next year, there are likely to be many more ballot issues asking for money as local governments find that they're in more trouble. So I think overall we've got a favorable response down here. I would like to hear what Andy has to say about the implementation plan. I'm a little concerned that we tie our hands a little too much if we make this implementation plan too definite and say we won't use it to increase staff. It may well be that we find we need to increase staff if we take on all these extra projects. So I'd like there to be some flexibility in what we present in our implementation plan.
Okay, Ms. Whitmore, you're next.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the southern counties. Ouray County commissioners voted unanimously to support this. I think they see this as being compelling. They all understand the importance of water. They understand right now Ouray County with the call on the river. Ouray County's not irrigating. We need more storage. Well, we need storage, period, not more storage. We need some storage for Ouray County. And so they were very supportive. Mark, I think, would also report, but I've also talked to his commissioners, obviously, and they are all very enthusiastically in support of this. So I really think this is a good thing to be doing. I think this is the year to do it. I think the numbers, I was really surprised, frankly, with the polling. I didn't think the numbers would come out nearly as good. And so I think we charge forward here and get it done.
Mr. Mueller, can you address some of those issues that come up?
I will. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen while I talk, if that's all right with the board. And this is always the hard part about sharing your screen is the the rest of you see it and I get to look at something different. I will try to, I want to go through the language of the recommendation. And so in your packet, you notice that I provided a draft resolution that went out in the original packet. Late last week, I sent out a revised resolution that contained some minor modifications after talking with Director Aquafresca and some others about the desire to include some language regarding fallowing or not fallowing. But I want to just walk the board through it, because I think one of the things that we've learned from the polling that Lori Weigel did earlier in March is that when you add language, words to a ballot question, the more words you add, the more legalese you add, the stranger the words are, the quicker support drops off. And so just by way of example, in March, if you'll remember, we actually polled the question with and without a sunset clause. And the advice from many people, as Weigel included, is to have a sunset clause is a positive thing that encourages voters to vote for it. We actually lost about 5% of our support when we included the required language on a sunset clause. And our best guess in terms of digging into that is that it just added confusion. It added legal terms that, notwithstanding blah blah blah, and it caused people to be suspicious more so than they were of the very straightforward language. We saw that last year when we polled a Gallagher question, right? It was the language in a D. Gallagher question, as we followed CMC's lead on that, trying to see if our public would go for that. They said, no, we're not really interested. I should say it was a very low level of approval. I mean, slight majority level of approval as opposed to what we see on this question. So it's really critical that this question be worded in a very simple and straightforward manner and be as short and concise as possible. Now, I want to say that we have our in-house counsel, Peter, who did a phenomenal job, along with Dee Weiser, who, by the way, is on the phone. And you have your general manager, who sometimes puts on his lawyer hat trying to write these things, right? So it's really hard for three lawyers to come up with a question that is short, concise, and actually understandable by anybody, right? So we worked on that, and so the question, it's straightforward. There are requirements by Tabor that we have to lead with. Shall the Colorado River Water Conservation District, also known as the Colorado River District, taxes be increased? It has to be a tax increase question in the first upfront. Shall it be increased by an amount up to $4,969,041 in 2021? So we have to give that max number that we would collect in additional taxes in that first line. And then we define it for the voters to make sure they understand what it is we're asking, because those numbers, those large numbers, are sometimes a little bit off-putting. Certainly, I don't want to pay $4.9 million in additional taxes, right? Personally. So which increase amounts to approximately $1.90 in 2021 for every $100,000 in residential home value. And by such amounts as are generated thereafter from additional property level levy of 0.248 mils for a total mill levy of 0.5 mils to enable the Colorado River District to protect and safeguard Western Colorado by. I'm just going to stop there for a minute. Again, what we're saying in this sentence, as legally required, is that it is removing the spending limitation, the revenue limitation of Tabor. So by such amounts as are generated annually thereafter from an additional property tax mill levy. That is a debrucing clause that has been approved by the Supreme Court. There are probably a million other clearer ways to say that. This is the way the court says we need to say it. So So it's in there. That's part of my recommendation to this board. So then what are we going to do with the money according to this question? These phrases, these bullet points will sound very familiar to you. These are things that the district has polled on over the last 10 years when we've done public opinion polling. And as Lori pointed out, rank remarkably high in the public's understanding of what we do and why they support what we do. So fighting to keep water on the West Slope, ensuring adequate water supplies for West Slope farmers and ranchers, ensuring sustainable drinking water supplies for West Slope communities, and protecting fish, wildlife, and recreation by maintaining river levels and water quality. There's a balance in there that is exactly what the voters indicate that the reason that the district enjoys widespread support from all of our different areas of our constituents really have to do with those 4 bullets. Now, this is the sentence or phrase, excuse me, that was added to the question, and I think that is been already alluded to by Director Monger. And that is provided, let me see if I can, I'm trying to highlight it. We'll see if I can actually do that. Yeah. So provided that the district will not utilize these additional funds for the purpose of paying to fallow irrigated agriculture. Now, this phrase was not included in the polling question. The rest of the question is almost identical to what was polled. This phrase adds additional words, and I will tell you what I've learned from talking to a few people who I don't normally talk to about water issues. A lot of people don't understand what fallowing irrigated agriculture means. They don't understand that phrase, and so they get confused. Everybody on this board understands that. Everybody who lives in the water policy world in Colorado understands what's meant by that. The other 95% of people in Western Colorado don't necessarily understand the phrase fallow irrigated agriculture. So I just point that out, not as an advocacy issue, but just as a point of information for this board. And let me just say, from my perspective, it is important that we have widespread support from throughout our basin. And if there are parts of our basin, including the most populous county, that wants and needs this language, then I think this board needs to consider it, which is why I sent it out. So provided that we will not utilize these additional funds for the purpose of paying to fallow irrigated agriculture, with such expenditures reported to the public in an annually published independent financial audit, which clearly we do every year anyway, and shall all revenues received by the district in 2021 and each subsequent year, this is back to that debrucing, be collected and retained and spent, notwithstanding any limits provided by law. So that's the language of the question, and that's, again, as simple as 3 lawyers could get it. It's it's got that extra sentence in it that was added at the request of Director Acquafresca. As long as I'm on this resolution, I just want to highlight the other things, and then we can come back to the specifics. I just want to highlight a few things that's in this resolution. So so you're resolving 3 different things, right? You're resolving to put this on the ballot in all 15 counties, and that's the question that we just walked through. That's number 1. Number 2, if you were to pass this, it would allow, you would be resolving that you authorize board officers and district staff to take any and all necessary steps to place the above question lawfully on the ballot in all 15 counties, right? So you're giving us, Peter, myself, Marty and Dave, the authority to do that. And be it further resolved, the board of directors also adopts the fiscal implementation plan as a statement of its commitment to the public as to how any revenue generated by the above identified ballot question will be expended by the district. And this is critical, right? And it's important to every voter pool to know how we're going to spend the money. But you've seen my fiscal implementation plan, and we'll get to that in just a minute. It's 6 pages long. And if we put those 6 pages or even half of that, 3 pages into this question, Lori can tell you that the vote would be negative. There's no way we can put that level of detail into a ballot question and expect voters to say yes, right? So the idea being, what I've heard, and I think many of you have heard from your constituents, from your county commissioners, I do want to, just on that note, pause. I want to really thank our board. Myself and Zane have been out to almost every board of county commissioner, and whether by Zoom or in person. And the directors have committed a significant amount of time to talk with me and with the boards, and I really appreciate that. I think it's been very useful, very educational for me, and I think important outreach, and you know, I've asked every one of those boards that we met with to give us their thoughts and advice and comments, and so just wanted to let you know that I appreciate your work on that. So this fiscal implementation plan is then the question, and that's so the version that was in your board packet dated July 8th, 2020. It describes what it is, right? How much it would raise, when the taxes begin, when they end. Now, this is the question. This is one of those issues that I want to highlight. There had been discussion of a sunset clause. You'll note that my recommendation does not contain a sunset clause. There are a number of reasons for that. One is the polling, but honestly, two is the fact is that we're not, sunset clauses, in my opinion, are very useful if you have a set project that you're bonding for, and you need to repay a certain debt, and so that once that debt is repaid, you're done. Or if you can see an end to the project that you're asking voters to fund. The reality is that the state water plan and those of us involved in water at the state level have identified an ongoing $100 million a year deficit in spending on water projects in order to truly meet the water supply gap. And our district represents 28% of the geography of the state. We're not paying $100 million, right? But we do know from our water users and from your leadership throughout our basin that every county and every group of constituents have identifiable, tangible needs in every different element of their activities. And so we believe that we can, unfortunately, this is not something that will go away, right? And I believe it ties right back to the district's obligations, the reason we were formed, which is we were formed to protect, develop, conserve, and help provide for use of water in our district. We right now are doing a great job of providing advocacy and leadership on how to get funds to do these projects. We brought in great federal and state funds through our work in collaboration with our water users. But we end up every time at the table with empty hands and lots of strings attached to the money that we're begging for. And so it oftentimes either ends up that our priorities are not met or our priorities are minimized in efforts that are done on our side of the hill. The Tabor question, this summarizes the fact that it is removing, if the board desires to do this, the revenue or spending cap. It is keeping in place, obviously, the unwaivable portion of Tabor, which is that the mill levy cap or the tax rate cap. You have to have voter approval to move this. I truly believe what we're doing is consistent with the letter and the spirit of Tabor. The authors of Tabor wrote in that districts or entities, as long as they go to the voters, can remove that spending and revenue cap. Entities as diverse as Garfield County Siltwater Conservancy District, many others have removed or been, quote, debruced throughout our district. The River District has never had that happen. So it is a common example or something that the voters in both, I would say, our more liberal constituents and our more conservative constituents have approved fairly regularly when presented with it. With respect to Gallagher, this proposed question does not resolve Gallagher. Our experience with the voters indicates that our voters in our district tend to be very suspicious of de-Gallagher questions, and that additional language that's required to de-Gallagher would probably erode completely the support that we're seeing. So it is not in that recommendation. How will the money be spent, right? There are those 4 bullets again. And there's the commitment to approximately 86% of it being used on these partnerships with water users and communities. The other 14% being used for overhead and staff to make sure that we continue our strong advocacy and are able to continue to attract the quality of employees that we have and retain them so that we do provide that strong advocacy for the West Slope. The key is when you look at that 86% or that 4.2 million, what are we doing, right? So the board is committed to expending the funds in an equitable manner, which over time disperses the benefits of the program geographically within the district and between the identified categories. And I'll get into those. It allows the district to utilize these funds as a catalyst for matching funds from the state, federal, and private foundation sources. It brings these funds bringing these funds to the table will allow the West Slope to strongly influence the type, scope, and timing of these important water supply projects. What are those categories that I'm recommending? Productive agriculture projects, right? So the language in the first, right up until this point, that language is from a group put together by the cattlemen's and some other farmers, and so that language is. Yeah, sorry about that. I just had a UPS man deliver my daughter's computer. I apologize. So great timing on that. So as I was saying, it's a definition that was produced by agriculture water users who support it. The district will not utilize these funds to pay to fallow for the purpose of paying to fallow irrigated agriculture, right? That language is what I've added to that as earlier. It is now similar language is appearing in the question at the request of Director Aquafresca, and I think is something that all of you have indicated you want to talk about. Other category, infrastructure projects, right? So this is that upgrading aging infrastructure and incentivizing new storage and delivery projects. It's healthy river projects. It's rivers that and stream management that are identified in stream management plans or similar projects that support and sustain fish, wildlife, and healthy aquifer conditions. They connect to healthy streams. They're an economically important water-based recreation, wetland habitat, fish passage, all of those things that make our rivers and our water supply cleaner and healthier for the environment, but also for our consumptive users. The watershed health and water quality projects. This includes collaborative science-based watershed management plans that reduce the risk and increase resilience to fires or floods, rehabilitate streams, make landscapes resilient to climate change, including but not limited to science-based mechanical forest treatments and prescribed fire, projects that address drinking water quality for under-resourced communities, projects that address things such as selenium, salt, and other pollutants. Those are activities that some of which our district is currently involved in, many of which many of our communities would like some additional help from a water supply perspective. And then conservation and efficiency projects. So those supporting agricultural water infrastructure that increases reliability and efficiency, municipal and industrial projects that promote efficiency and water conservation, green infrastructure, outdoor landscaping, reduction of consumptive use, increase in leak detections for infrastructure. So really a lot of the stuff that we're very supportive of already, right? And I go on and I list some examples of projects we might fund, noting specifically that we can't today say with any certainty that we will fund any one particular project. So that puts us at a very hard place with most voters. A lot of voters say, I don't know exactly where you're going to spend this money. you saw that with Proposition A back some time ago. There was no attempt to say what the state was going to spend the money on. This provision and these examples, these buckets, are as good as we can get because of the permitting and the litigation and the politics that go into every type of water project. So that's why I've listed that. That's why I'm encouraging the board to adopt this. Again, I've heard from constituents everywhere from the Grand Valley to Grand County that we need this level of accountability and commitment by the board in order for them to continue to support this effort. And I will tell you that I've been amazed, and it shows up in those polls, but I've been amazed by the diverse group of supporters that we have for this ballot question, from agricultural interests in the Uncompahgre and the Grand Valley and the Yampa, to industrial water users throughout the district, to our recreation environmental community. And honestly, it has a lot to do with the commitment to be balanced in how and what we do with this money. So with that, I want to turn it back to you, President Merritt, and the board to discuss. I'll try to figure out how I can stop sharing the screen, and we'll let you come back to the meeting. Thank you for your time. I apologize for being so long-winded too.
No, that's good. And I really appreciate the work that you and your staff have done in getting us to this point. I want to emphasize, once we take this vote, pretty much the staff is out of the picture. The staff can provide information on an unbiased basis, but it will be up to the board. And we'll be looking at establishing a group of external supporters to work to support this measure. I feel it is extremely important to the River District. I think that the issues that, the discussion that you had, the sunset, I think, as Mr. Mueller pointed out, the sunset is appropriate if you're doing a school bond issue where you're going to pay the bonds off in 15 years. The surveys have shown that anything less than a 10-year, greater than a 10-year sunset essentially doesn't help at all. And 10 years is a wall that we would be looking at. I've been gone from staff from the district for 12 years now. It's hard to believe that, but 12 years. And I think that we need to really be cognizant of setting forward measures that will support the district in the future, and not having to be looking at 7 years out, starting to plan for the next ballot issue. This is important to the River District. I want to hear from other board members. Mr. Ely has his hand raised, and then Mr. Acofresca. Mr. Ely? You're still muted. There you go. Yep.
Thanks, Dave. I guess I'd start by letting you all know that I've been involved with quite a few successful ballot questions over the years, and one or two that did not go anywhere. I think that the approach that Andy is trying to construct here is a wise one. However, I would point out that although there is a tipping point on the length of the language typically associated with a question that will affect the response of the voter, typically speaking, at least in my experience, limitation language is not language that is received negatively. So for example, the Mesa County recommendation for inclusion of language relating to fallowing makes a lot of sense. It would not turn any voter off, at least in my experience in reviewing ballot questions and seeing those questions pushed through to a positive result. I think that the plan language that Andy just went through is good, but ultimately there's nothing in the resolution, because resolutions come and go, that ties the plan to the ballot question. Tying the plan to the ballot question is the only way to embed any type of assurance on the part of the elector that this is what the money's going for. These are the specific intents. And the plan can be reached by, you know, a link, not out of the ballot question, obviously, but a link to the River District's website, where it can be available for anybody to look at any time. Personally, I would suggest the inclusion of another limitation within that plan, and that is a commitment by the River District to consult and coordinate with local or county elected officials. Let's face it, one of the points that comes up in dealing with the River District is what you're doing is asking for a tax increase to be spent, budgeted, allocated, etc., by a board that is not elected. I think that it makes sense to coordinate and consult with elected officials for whatever the particular relevancy of a project is. Having that type of a commitment in the plan, and then the ballot question referring to the plan as resolved by this board, would go a long way. At least in my experience in dealing with ballot questions and attempts to increase property or sales taxes. Thanks.
So John, you would suggest putting that in the plan as opposed to the language of the ballot coordination?
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with the position that you don't want to overload the ballot question. It's not necessarily a hard and fast rule, but there's enough anecdotal experience by the majority of people involved in ballot questions, I would say that is a truism to some extent. I've been associated with ballot questions that were for very large increases in property mill levies that had a very long question associated with it, but they were loaded with limitation languages and how the funds would be spent. And there was very positive results on questions like that, very high percentage passing. But rather than trying to analyze that and getting overworked on that, I think simply referring to the plan within the ballot language keeps the ballot language short and clear, and it's a reference to the resolution that's adopted by this board. It then becomes part of the consideration of how the money is to be spent. And then gives you the flexibility to play with language, to elaborate. You can explain with an entire paragraph or a few sentences as to what fallowing means, for example. And to my point, given the fact that we are an unelected board, having a commitment that we will consult with and coordinate with local elected officials or county elected officials, depending on the relevancy of the project. In other words, something that's going on in Moffett does not have to be referred to in Gunnison, for example. But where the relevant projects are or where the relevant initiatives are, I think that would go a long way in allaying that type of a concern.
I think those are good points. Thank you. Ms. Rocco-Fresca.
Thank you. I wanted to ask if it would be possible in the first paragraph of this proposed ballot language to make it clear that the $4.9 million of new money will be generated from all 15 counties. My fear is that, many of our voters may look at this first paragraph and think, gosh, $5 million, can Mesa County afford that? And I think the fact that the River District is a multi-county partnership is something that's widely supported and really adds to its credibility. So if we could have a reminder up here that this $4.9 million of new money will come from all 15 counties and no one particular county on its own. I think there would be a benefit to that. Also, I wanted to ask that the debrucing element of this proposed measure apparently will only apply to the new $4.9 million. And would I be correct to assume it will not apply to our existing $4.9 million of revenue that we've enjoyed already? I wanted some clarification on that. Also, in the ballot language on the 4 bullet points, a couple of them start with the term ensure. And I've talked about this before. Any definition of the word ensure or ensuring that you can find means guarantee. It means guaranteeing adequate water supplies for West Slope farmers and ranchers. And of course, we can't do that. If we could do that, we would have done it a long time ago. So I wonder if there's a better word than ensure. And lastly, for the moment, I wanted to support John Ely's suggestion that the implementation plan be very clear about the fact that communicating with county commissioners and getting their input on the expenditure of these dollars is desirable and something that we absolutely intend to employ. So I support John on that. But Andy or someone else, could you please address my other couple of points?
Yeah.
I think Peter's probably best for that.
Okay,
Thanks,
Peter?
Sure. I'll see if I can't remember those points, Director Aquafresca. Perhaps if I take them in reverse order. The word ensuring in the 2 middle bullet points there, I guess I'm fine with the language as is, but you're right that ensure does, at least in some definitions, connotate a guarantee. Assure or assuring would perhaps fit what you are suggesting. That is basically, we do everything we can to make that happen. But as you know, we can't guarantee victory. With respect to the debrucing language, taking these in reverse order again, in the last clause, that language is intended to apply to all district revenue. So not only the additional revenue raised by a mill of 0.248 for the new additional amount, but for all revenues, including the existing authorized mill. That is the intent of that paragraph. Frankly, I think the accounting nightmare that would ensue if you don't do it that way would be seems to me it would be quite difficult to debruce as to some of a general mill and not to all. But in any case, the intent is to apply it to all. And in fact, that would achieve the goal of allowing us to accept in state grants in a higher amount if we were to include all revenues. With respect to your first question about referencing the River District's 15 counties, we did play with that concept in earlier internal drafts as we tried to really get across that point. Something to the effect of the taxes increased by 4.9 million throughout the River District's 15 counties. I don't think there's any legal prohibition to including that any such clause. We opted in the drafting to exclude that quite a while back internally for two reasons. One was, as Andy has emphasized, brevity. And you think, you can just add a couple of words here to these ballot questions, but because of the way that you're required to write them in the form of a question, the sentences tend to get quite long, and the meanings can get complicated, and adding words is not always as easy as it at least would appear. So that was one reason. The other was that we emphasize the relatively, well, actually very small annual increase of $1.90 for every $100,000 of residential value, and thought that that was sort of a more important point to drive home, and didn't want to lose that point by including other words that are valid as well about the river district's 15 counties. So that's why we did that. I don't think there's any legal prohibition to including it policy-wise. I think I prefer to Andy and board members on whether that's something that rises to the level that should be put into the language.
If I can just speak to that, I do think that Peter's right, that that language in the ballot question does state all revenues received would be debruced. So it's our entire revenue stream. And Peter's, I believe, correct in that it would be very challenging to our accountants and the clerks and recorders and others to really, and treasurers and assessors to make sure we were complying if we didn't do it that way. The only other thing I would say with respect to ensuring, I think Director Aquafresca raises a good point. I might suggest, rather than ushering, just go with the word protecting, which is down below.
Yeah.
And just have 3 protectings in a row that are consistent with what it is we do in our mission. And that's not a guarantee, obviously, but it is what we try to do every day at the district. So.
It's the best effort.
Yeah, well, yeah, protecting would be a good word to use in those 3 bullets. And I'm happy to hear that the debrucing element of this will apply to all future revenues of the River District. I guess on reminding voters that the River District is a 15-county entity and nobody's county is going to be on the hook for this new money on their own. I guess I would listen to what other board members think, but I do think it's going to be important. I had an opportunity to speak to Grand Junction Rotary about 3 weeks ago on the River District. And, I had one person tell me that they really like the new riverfront trail that we built along the Colorado River here in Mesa County. So they're confusing the River District with a lot of other river entities that we have here in the area that are active on various river issues. And that's why I think sometimes a reminder that we're asking for $5 million from all 15 counties collectively would go a long ways in educating folks. If we decide not to do that, we'll certainly want to have it in our campaign material and urge people to use an internet link to get to the implementation plan where they'll also be reminded of those things.
Yeah.
So that's what comes to mind right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Whitmore, you're up next.
I don't disagree with anything that Steve has said substantively. Steve, totally agree. I mean, I don't support fallowing either. I think you and John are both right about communications with with county commissioners and local officials. Totally agree on that. I think my concern right now is we have language that has been polled, and we know what the results are with the language, the ballot language as polled. We start tinkering with the language, we have no idea what that does. I would rather see some of these things done in campaign materials, in stuff that we put in the implementation plan. I hate to see us muck around with ballot language that has been polled and polls favorably.
Oh.
Yeah, well, polling is a nebulous thing. It's one piece of evidence that we all want to take into context when we make our decision whether to move forward or not. But it is just one of many pieces of evidence. You know, I think polling showed that Congressman Tipton was going to win his primary. So things happen, things change, and we're looking at 4 months between now and Election Day in November, and we don't know what may lie ahead in terms of an economic shutdown, announcements of county and city employee layoffs, a rising unemployment rate. These are all risk factors that are out of our control, but they certainly will play a role in the outcome on Election Day on any given item.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stegelmeier. Karen.
I was just going to say exactly what Marty said. I do have a lot of faith in this polling. Worked with Lori on a number of ballot measures, and it's been very accurate. So yeah, I get really nervous about changing wording when we've done this work and gotten these numbers. In terms of the 15 counties, it's definitely not a problem in Summit County because we're the Blue River. People don't get confused, but I can see how it would be different in Mesa County. But I just want to make that point that we've done all this effort of the polling, and I think it's really valuable. And of course, there are lots of unknowns out there, but yeah, I get really nervous about changing words too much when we've done the polling on these words and what people respond to with these words.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Winery would like to make a comment, and then Mr. Catlin.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Dave. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Yes, sir. So our county was favorably and supportive of this, and I agree with Director Aquafresca. I mean, Hinsdale County only has 630 registered voters, so I'm not sure that we're going to break the bank. But is it possible? I mean, we went through a lot of ballot issues in Hinsdale County, and granted, it may not have a lot of, but every vote counts. I mean, sometimes we only win by 1 or 2. Changing the ballot language and making it convoluted sometimes is a shoot yourself in the foot, even though it has a great intent. People don't really understand it because the way you have to propose the question. So my question really is maybe to Director Aquafresca, if Mesa County would be comfortable in writing an internal resolution to answer some of these questions on spending this money, on the non-following and et cetera, that we would guarantee that would never be the case, so to speak, without, and maybe this without doesn't even need to be in there, but without the consent of the majority of the board of the Mesa County Commissioners to help preserve their position of, and I totally hear their concerns. I don't want to spend the money for that either. And I don't think my constituents would like to do that either. So that's really my question. Is there a way, and maybe the legal staff, to write some resolution to not muck up the ballot question, but to help Mesa County, and as Mesa County then would follow along with that conceptual idea?
Well, I will try to respond.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The requirement that we have the prohibition on spending the money to or agricultural fallowing cannot be enforced on any future board or staff without having it in the body of the question itself. Implementation plans can be changed in a matter of minutes, actually. So that part, both myself and all three Mesa County commissioners unanimously need to see that in there to move forward. Now, to be clear, the Mesa County commissioners have not committed support to a ballot question yet, but they said if this protective language regarding fallowing agriculture were in the body of the question, that they would give whatever question we present to them a good, honest look and assessment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Catlin, did you have a comment, or were you just waving at me up there and there?
Wait a minute. Well, I was waving and trying to get your attention.
Yep.
I have a question in regards to the language about fallowing. Will you expand that fallowing definition to exclude by and dry? Because by and dry seems to me to be a longer term issue for the Western Slope than what simple fallowing might have. We may go through some fallowing programs, and get my point is I'm not against this language. I'm in favor of this language. But I also want to make sure that the River District is not going to be participating in buying agricultural land, drying it up for other purposes, because then our constituents end up having to compete with tax money. And I think it's probably going to be a very tough competition as the future comes towards us. So is there some way that we can define that fallow to mean not being farmed, not just dewatered for 2 or 3 seasons, because that's what it denotes to me. Fallowing is 2 out of 5 or 3 out of 5. But more important to me is buying and drying, and that the River District not be a participant in those kind of activities. So that's
Mr. Mueller, yes, please.
Director Catlin, I think that's an interesting point. It kind of goes to what I learned from talking to people around the community is, what does fallowing mean to people? What does fallowing of irrigated agriculture mean to people? To me, just so you know, Mark, and I think to Director Acquafresca from talking to him, that definition of that it won't be used for the purposes of funding the fallowing of agriculture, that includes temporary and permanent. And that's my understanding of it. But yeah, clearly you have a different understanding of it, and that's really kind of the key. And maybe the term should not be used to remove irrigated water from agriculture, something from irrigated agriculture, something like that. I worry that again, you start adding language, and I will just say one thing. If the River District itself is building some small reservoir somewhere, and I'll just use our existing reservoir, Wolford, we actually had to buy farmland, ranch land that was irrigated when we did that, and we weren't buying it for the purpose of fallowing that ag, but we had to pay the landowners a just sum of money, market value, so that we could build a reservoir that would help solve the water problems, help us do our job. And so there is a fine line in here where if we get too prescriptive about it, it actually prevents us from doing some of the projects and other efforts that we know that we need to do. So I think that language, Peter and I looked at it long and hard, trying to make sure we got what Director Acquafresca and his Board of County Commissioners wanted, but also to just remember there are just these situations where our district, for reasons that everyone on this board would support, might have to purchase some of that, and that's my only concern, I guess.
Well, I understand that point. Building a reservoir or, buying the ranch that you're going to put it on and those kind of things. I just don't want to be buying agricultural land and leaving the water in the river to protect X, Y, or Z.
Yeah.
And those are the things that worry me about the words buy and dry, lease and cease, or fallow.
Mhm.
Because if we need to make sure that that encompasses what we envision, because I don't think we can bind the hands of another board unless it's in this language. Is that correct?
Yeah. And I think the language that Andy has in there, Andy Peter developed, encompasses that. You could show that again, Andy?
Sure.
I've seen it. I understand
Yeah.
what you're saying. I just want to make sure that the definition of fallow includes permanent and voluntary, temporary, compensated.
Yeah.
We can expand on that in the implementation plan.
Yeah.
Right,
I know there are other directors, such as Director Chandler Henry, who would like to speak. I do think it might be helpful for our board at some point to ask our public opinion researcher just what some of these changes you're talking about may.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood.
I'm not a public opinion expert by any means, but.
Well, let's see. Well, Director Chandler Henry has been having her hand up for quite a while, so.
It's
Is it getting tired?
It's getting tired. Yeah, it is. Just a couple of comments. One, I concur with Marty and Karn about the concerns about changing ballot language from what we did polling on. We've had some direct experience with that in Eagle County with polling on one thing and then changing it a bit and getting very different results. So we've since then tried to poll with the exact language that's going to be on the ballot so people recognize it. That being said, I don't have great concerns about the following question, but I don't think we want to get carried away by doing a lot more. Then two other comments. One is the implementation plan talks about not hiring staff. I am concerned that we may be tying our hands too much by stating that. Although it does say shall not utilize the new revenue to create additional staff. So is it only new revenue in 2021 or is it new revenue from time, forever? So if it's only for 2021, then I'm okay with that. If we're saying we're never going to hire additional staff, then I've got some concerns with that. And finally, my question on D. Gallagher, if we don't include D. Gallagher, how much of our new revenue is going to be used just to make up for what we're losing by Gallagher reassessments?
Okay. Andy?
Yep. Peter might speak to the language question on the for just 2021 or beyond. So Peter.
That is intended to apply to all revenues in 2021 and subsequent. So, those limitations would apply for the additional component only.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the D. Gallagher?
The D. Gallagher, I very much agree, Kathy. I think the Gallagher amendment poses such problems. I mean, just the equity of the way that the property taxes will be distributed between residential and non-residential property owners. That's what causes this significant differential that, I know counties like Rio Blanco County are very concerned about. I will tell you that our polling was very solid in that if we include that D. Gallagher language, we will see any support completely erode. And so what do we need to do? Well, if it's not the one that's on the ballot this fall, in the future, the state really needs to fix this problem. We are not the only district in this situation, but it is a problem that is much larger than our district, and it is but what we've learned from our voters is that the polling around or trying to go around a constitutional amendment makes a significant majority of our more conservative voters just flee any kind of support. As much as they value water and protecting it, they also value those constitutional provisions. So.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And I agree with that. I think it would be at a complexity that would just push us over the edge. Any more comments from the board on this board? Yeah, Mr. Gray?
I would like to go back just for a minute, Andy, with the ballot language that you had up there. And Director Aquafresca, when he brought up the question about the debrucing and whether that was the new revenue or all revenue, made me start to think about the language that we now have in there proposed for the not fallowing agriculture, but that language says new revenue. And so I'm wondering if, as Steve characterized it in his debrucing question, does the not using only new revenue mean that you can use the 4.9 million that you already have to fallow agriculture? And yeah, right, what you highlighted. And it seems to me that either we need to clarify that differently, or maybe just not adding words, but it seems to me we might want to change that wording from the district will not use its tax revenue for the purpose of paying to follow agriculture, something like that. Because I think going down the road, we do already have 4.9 million that's not limited.
If I could.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just going to reiterate that the restriction in that sentence was intended, again, only to apply to the additional funds. As Andy mentioned before, it would be difficult to imagine where this board or even a future River District board would utilize River District tax revenue for buy and dry, but could use that money and may need to use that money for things such as buying irrigated land at the bottom of a future reservoir, such as we did at Wolford Mountain Reservoir. Historical note on that, as an aside, I think that landowner was Daniel Ritchie, so the price was it was fair market value, but it was high fair market value. Regardless,
Actually, there were three owners. There was Tommy Hill and another Hill brother. Yeah,
that's true. Regardless, more to the nature of this question, which is a Tabor compliance question, and goes to authorizing a new tax increase and specifying an exemption from Tabor's restriction for River District revenue. I am not sure, I have not researched this specifically, but I am not particularly comfortable with the River District putting a prohibition on the use of its existing authorized mill in a Tabor compliance ballot that is, for the specific purpose of generating new tax revenue and for debrucing existing revenue and the additional revenue as well. I'm frankly not even sure if that can be done legally, and I think it is something that the district would it's kind of a step further down the road. River District would be certainly entitled to adopt a resolution each and every year, or however it saw fit, as to what those funds, its appropriated budget would be used for and would not be used for. But I am not sure that we can do it, and I'm not sure that you should.
Okay, well, I that's fair enough. I just wanted to register it. I think you should start like you mean to go on, and as several have said, you put it in the ballot language. It's there, whereas implementation plans and boards change and perspectives change. So I would feel better if it was not just limited to the additional funds personally. And then just another comment, you know, there will be a con statement in the blue book when it comes out that if this passes and we get it on the ballot. And when it comes to the debrucing, the con statement's going to, I can see it already. It's going to say nothing about the $1.90 per house. It's going to say you're doubling their mill levy, you're doubling their tax revenue, and you're saying, and we want to keep it all forever. And I think that we should be cognizant that regardless of the polling numbers, which were polled with the language that says it's only $1.90 per 100,000, that's not going to be the thing that sticks with people when you get your book in the mail and say, well, I better read about these things. There's definitely going to be, I can see it, there's going to be a call out that says, hey, you're getting a double mill levy. And so I think we should think about that a little bit. That's my only two comments. Otherwise, Moffat County's in support of what we're doing, especially, or only, I should say, with the fallowing language. They would like to see that it's not just new revenue, though. So I'll leave it at that if you have a response.
Well, Mr. Mueller, I want to make one comment on that. I would not want to be on the board that made a decision. Okay, we're going to use the old money for fallowing and not the new money. I think, we're making a pretty strong statement. We're not going to be using additional funds for fallowing. But I think the board that decided we want to use the old money for fallowing is really starting to split hairs. And I don't think we would have a board wanting to do that. I sure wouldn't want to be on that board. Andy, you had a comment? And then
yeah, if I can, we have Lori Weigel on the phone or back here, and she's got a deadline that she's got to jump off for.
Okay.
It already jumped off and came back on at my request. Just, I think she heard some of the conversation about including language. I think John Ely's conversation about including language related to the county cooperating with the county commissioners and some of the other, we've heard from Karn and others about adding, tweaking, changing language. I just thought it might be helpful to have the professional, paid professional, just at least give us her insight, not that it rules because you're the board, but Lori, can you provide your insight on any of this?
Thank you, Lori.
Sure. So I'm sorry. I missed part of that, but I mean, definitely simpler tends to be better, and the more plain language we can be, and that's why we tend to have the debrucing and some of the more technical language that's not required by law at the front to be at the very, very end of the question. But obviously, the longer and more complex the question is, the more difficult it is for someone to support it, simply because it raises more questions. And sometimes it's not that, for example, with Gallagher, we've had people be supportive of taxes, but misinterpret the language to think that it means that it prohibits tax increases. And then we have people that assume a whole host of other things. So the more straightforward and simple we can keep this, the further we stray from what we tested. I think we just don't know how that's going to be received. Is there anything else specific?
Lori, maybe I know you're just from our conversations, you're very familiar with the demographics of our counties. And I think, Director Ely brings up an excellent point that in his experience, which I think is primarily in Pitkin County, longer questions and significant tax increases do get passed. So there seems to be something at odds with what you're saying. And is there something about the demographic makeup of our district that is different that would, if you can just maybe speak to that point?
Yeah, I mean, the district overall, it tends to be more conservative ideologically than, say, a Pitkin County. And so, you know, what we've tended to find is that with ballot measures, is that people will seek out that additional information and having a solid, eventually when the campaign takes that over, having a solid website that might include the plan, or having the river district include some of those ancillary and more specific information for those who'd like to seek it out, is very helpful. But you know, I don't think we're being, I don't see this ballot language as not being specific. You know, this gives a clear sense of the values and the direction of how these funds will be used. You know, we've done work over on the Front Range for the Central Colorado, I'm going to mess up their name, Water Conservancy. So, okay, thank you. And for example, they tried to be really specific. The first time we worked with them, they, you know, wanted to talk about gravel pits and exact storage specific, and talking about the Chatfield Reservoir Agreement and all this stuff. And we actually found that confused people and turned them off. And that when the ballot language conveyed more the end benefits for people, that was much more compelling. They want to understand, how does this help farmers and ranchers in my community? How does this help protect the health of rivers? How does this help, you know, our drinking water supplies, and making sure that West Slope water is not diverted to other areas? You know, they don't necessarily want to know exactly how all that happens. You know, sometimes when I've taught communication strategy, we would take a brownie box, like a cake mix type box, and we talk about how on the front of the box, the part that's facing out when you walk down the grocery store, or you're in your city market or wherever, that's the end benefit. That's that yummy chocolatey brownie. The back is the process by which you get to that end benefit. The back is the instructions, right? And so nobody buys the box for how many cups of oil or whatever you put into it, right? You buy the box for what you're eventually going to get. And so the process, the you know, all the stuff that y'all figure out, that's really important, but that's not how people usually look at a ballot measure. They want to know how it affects them, and what's the end benefit that's going to happen as a result of voting for or against that measure. So I think we always have to try and stay on the front of the brownie box, and the further towards the back we get, usually the more resistance we end up seeing.
And Laura, I think that is good advice. Can I just ask, one of the suggestions was within the question, referring to or incorporating the terms of this fiscal implementation plan. So the suggestion is to refer to it and incorporate something that's not in front of the voters that would further define what we're doing, so the board will pass a resolution theoretically showing this fiscal implementation plan, and then the question would refer to that resolution passed by the board as further limitations. Is that a positive for voters? Is that have you seen that done before? Does it pose issues or benefits?
I mean, they don't even like referencing back to the state constitution, because that can be confusing. So I think that could be done, and it could be somewhere, so that if someone has specific concerns, you know, that's a very easy thing for someone to point to and say, you know, here's where we passed that. But I think it's just going to complicate the ballot language. Probably.
Thank you. I think ultimately what we have to hope for is that the voters recognize the diversity of the board members that are appointed to this board, and the diligence that the county commissioners put into selecting those individuals that go on the board. It's a representative democracy, and hopefully that they will recognize that the money is going to be spent in the most efficient way possible, but subject to, you know, these intents at this point in time. I wanted to call on Mr. Weiser if you had any thoughts on the Tabor language or anything else, since you're spending your time being on the call with us.
If I can, President Merritt, I just want to make sure that none of the other board members have questions for Ms. Weigel. She was kind enough to get back.
Okay, yes.
I just don't want to, I know she's got another commitment that started about 15 minutes ago at this point.
Okay, good enough. Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Weigel, please?
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for the work you've done the past few months for us, Lori. Yeah.
Thank you. And I don't go away, so I'm happy to be here if there's eventual other questions or thoughts.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Weiser.
Mr. Chairman, how are you?
Pretty well, thank you.
Hello, everybody on the board. I'd say, frankly, this is one of the shorter Tabor questions I've worked on in my career. So credit to Andy and Peter for kind of continuing to push to make it shorter. And so I think it's in pretty good shape. One caution I'd give about being too specific about how you're going to spend the money, either directly in the question or in an implementation plan, is remember this question is forever. There's not a sunset on it, and priorities change. And just this year, given the economic consequences as a result of the pandemic, I've had clients contact me and say, you know, we approved that sales tax question that said we were going to spend it on X and Y. Our priorities now are A and B. Can we do that? And I say, only with voter approval. So that's my caution is, remember, this is forever. Maybe you do want to bind the hands of your successors, but I'd encourage you not to tie them too tightly.
Anybody have questions for Mr. Weiser on this? He's been advising as we have gone through this process. Don't see anybody. Okay, well, thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a comment? And so I would ask Audrey and Andy to help identify those if they do may not see their hand being raised in terms of requesting to make a comment. It's a lot to scan through here. So we've got about 30 people or so that have taken the time to sit in on this meeting. So anybody at this point that wants to make a comment on this before we consider further action? Andy, Peter, Audrey, do you see anybody?
I believe Mr. Ken Newbecker would like to make a comment.
Okay, can you?
And he should be unmuted now.
I hate to unmute Ken, but you know why.
Mr. Merritt says that only because he's friends with Mr. Newbecker. So.
Yes, I've known him for a long time. Mr. Newbecker.
I thank you for the ability to comment. I simply had a question about the fallowing. You know, no money is related to fallowing, and I absolutely understand Director Aquafresca's and Director Gray's concerns about this. I have the same concerns. My question is, would such language prohibit a future board or the district, the River District in the future, from participating in any sort of demand management or system conservation program, as has occurred in the Grand Valley in the past, which did do basically a paying irrigated agriculture folks to not irrigate for a year or for a couple of years. And that's my question. I just make that point.
Peter, yeah.
I believe the intent of the language is that the additional revenue collected by the new mill, that the River District would be prohibited from using that money to participate in a system conservation type program, a demand management program that involved payment to remove water from irrigated agricultural lands. So yeah, that's the primary intent, as I understand it, of adding that language.
Mr. Mueller, any further comments?
Yeah, I would agree with Peter on that, and I just pulled up the language from the fiscal implementation plan to show that that language is there, and then in the proposed ballot question as well.
You need to roll down a little bit farther.
Yeah, so right there, for the purpose of will not be used for the purpose of fallowing irrigated agriculture. So that I'm just adding that, and I did add a sentence to be considered by the board, whether it's here or in the ballot as was discussed, that would just show the district is committed to coordinating and consulting local, and I suppose I should put elected officials, if I understood, officials in any and all relevant counties prior to committing funds to any specific project or activity funded by these efforts. So, or I could say just pursued by the district.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody other member of the public that wishes to make a comment? Well, I guess don't see anyone else. I guess hearing no other comments at this point, I would entertain a motion. There was a resolution that was in the packet, and Andy has modified that resolution to include the fact we would not use these funds for these additional funds for fallowing. Do we have a motion to support this measure?
If I can, sorry, just to be clear before any motions are made, I did want to make sure that we're all on the same page about what is being moved. And so I did want to pull it up to, I know we walked through it previously. Sorry, I'm just sharing here.
Very good point, yeah.
If I can, the changes I made to it, I know I walked through it earlier, but I did want to walk you through the changes. So the first change would be removing the word ensuring and changing that to protecting in the first bullet point and the second and third bullet points. And then I have left that language in there as suggested about the additional funds paying for the purpose of fallowing agriculture, the prohibition. I have not added other language, but do so if the board so desires under a motion or direction. So.
And this resolution makes reference to our implementation plan?
It certainly does. It last adopted identification there. And in that fiscal implementation plan, I did indicate the commitment to coordinate and cooperate with the county local elected officials prior to utilizing these funds for any project that the district is involved in. So,
thank you.
and it looks like Mr. Catlin has his hand raised.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I see a little hand wave from Mr. Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Andy. One of the things that if I could ask for you to consider is to add the words permanent or temporary fallow in the word right there before fallowing. So that, and I understand what you said about having to buy a ranch in order to build a dam or, to fill a dam or those kind of things. That's different in my mind than us going downriver and buying my place or somebody else's place to dewater it and leave it in the river for some other purpose. And I think agriculture will appreciate the fact that we're trying to mention what we're dealing with in today's marketplace. Permanent fallow is what you and I would call buy and dry at the restaurant when we're talking over a cup of coffee. Temporary fallowing is what we've been looking at, demand management. And I appreciate the fact that we don't want to spend money on actually paying the grower to not farm. But I think if we say these words, everybody knows what we're doing, but we will still be able to participate in the studies and in crafting the legislation and in doing the things that the state's going to need us to do as time marches forward. So just to give me some, thank you for putting it up there, Andy. You've made me feel good anyway. Thank you. But I wanted to just make one more pitch about that, because I think it's important to a number of the agricultural community members. But the other thing is that when we talk statewide in regards to what is important to the state citizens, is protecting agriculture and keeping agriculture in our communities. And this would be one way that we could sell that a little harder to some of the people who are not involved in agriculture, but it says that we are not going to participate in blank ground, bare ground around these communities in the future. That's my pitch. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a minute.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Ely has his hand raised.
Thanks, Dave. I just wanted to be clear, Andy, with what we were voting on as well. So there is language now included in the implementation plan that refers to a consultation and a coordination with local county commissioners or local elected officials.
Yep.
Right. There is that's the sentence right here in red, Director Ely, and it's coordinating and consulting. And I left it at your suggestion at local elected officials because some of these projects may be within urban boundaries, and we probably ought to be consulting with them as well. So
I think that gets to what I was trying to express. So thank you for that. And my understanding, though, is that there's nothing in the or proposed to be inserted in the ballot language that ties that language to the ballot.
Currently, there is not. If directed by the board, obviously there would be. So we could work with language. It would have to be in this area down here in the language. It would have to be something like, and provided that such funds be expended in conformance with the fiscal implementation plan adopted by the board of the Colorado River District on, July.
Yeah, I don't think you probably don't need to get halfway as wordy as that. It's just simply referring to the adopted implementation plan, and that would probably be sufficient because there is only one adopted implementation plan at the time of the vote. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would be a benefit really, because that implementation plan could change in the future. And then you could get into an argument as to, what implementation plan is the relevant one now. I think that the implementation plan is as we're putting forward now.
Right, you can
of interest, but
get it more expansive in your language, but it would satisfy my concern, quite frankly, if it simply said the adopted implementation plan, because that would be interpreted by by somebody in a black robe, should there be an issue, as being the plan that's in place at the time of the vote.
Consistent with the terms of the district's implementation plan.
Yeah.
How do folks feel about that?
So, Mr. Chairman, are we going to have a roundtable about all this? I mean, we kind of, before we ought to take a motion. So I'm just.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to get folks to make comments. So you want to make some discussion and comments, Mr. Munger? Yeah.
So yeah, I get, yeah, please.
Yeah,
so,
please.
I really relate to the keeping it simple. And I really think that we shouldn't be micromanaging the ballot language, and that we should, the counties get the appointment of the board member, and we have a 15-member board, and we have representative government. And I don't think that I'm really very concerned and Director Gray brought up a great point. The first thing I brought up too is well, so we're not going to buy and dry with the new money, but we can use the different colored money. It's the old money, and we can do that too. So, you know, I think I'm just trying to figure out how we can keep it simple. And forever is a long time, you know, and again, so the governance structure, you know, we have the ability to do what we need to do with all of our counties. And I'm sympathetic with, you know, the buy and dry concept and the concern and the following and the rest. But, you know, and if that's the best option to use our money to ensure the rest of the community has, our community and our taxpayers have money, I'm very concerned about putting those kind of language in the ballot language and trying to do that. I believe in representative government, and I believe the 15 of us can figure out what we need to do. I just think it complicates things that much more to have that kind of language in there. And anyhow, those are my comments. You know, I'm definitely supportive of the issue. I'm not supportive of complicating the issue and keeping it simple and moving on is what I'm supportive of. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Whitmore, you're next.
I'm getting concerned that the more of this that we add to the ballot language, I mean, in addition to what I've already said about what we polled, I'm concerned that this latest phrase is simply over the years going to invite litigation. Was it in the implementation plan? Was it not in the implementation? We are not putting in specific projects because we're basically talking about generalized pots of money. So I just would really be happier if we would just keep this closer to what was polled and simpler.
Okay. Thank you.
I would, if I may, President, I would just point out we've added at this point 44 additional words in a document that is now 680. Well, I'm sorry, it's less than that. I'm just the question itself is that I think we've added over 10% of the words to this. I'm just putting it in there to make sure that we know what we're talking about. I'm not endorsing it by putting it in there. But I do think, you know, representative, whether you're appointed or elected, representative governance does include having some faith in your future boards to make sure that the district is spending the money and consistent with the way the voters are approving it. So I do worry that there are certainly events that will cause the people who are in your position to need to do things that we can't even imagine today that all of you would support if it were today, but we're not doing it today because whatever event that triggered that hasn't occurred yet. And so you know, I will absolutely support whatever language the board puts in, but I am concerned about tying the hands of future boards more than I am. I mean, I'm fine with you tying my hands, that and the staff's hands. That's totally appropriate for you to tell us how to spend money. I'm just concerned that the board is with some of these additions is really getting to a point where you're gonna hamper or constrain boards in an unintended way. I think there are some intended ways there, but there are also unintended consequences of doing that. I just would raise that issue.
Okay. I've got a suggestion at this point. I mean, we're at 1 o'clock now, well past the time when we intended to take a bit of a break. And I would like to suggest coming back at 1:30 from a quick lunch, have folks get their sugar levels back up again. And let's get back into this discussion. What if, Mr. General Manager, what do you think?
I think that's a fine idea, Mr. President, by all means.
Okay. Let us take a quick break then for lunch. Grab your sandwich or your soup or whatever you've got set aside. And let's try and be back here at 1:30 and get back into this and give some thought to to this because I think it really is important that we keep it as simple as possible to give this a chance to move forward. Okay, that's my virtual gavel. Take a quick break then. I'd like to reconvene this this meeting of the River District. Coming back into open session, and we are discussing the proposed resolution for the ballot measure. Peter, there were some comments you needed to make on the language we were talking about.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just, you know, as counsel for the River District, you know, I take one of the primary tasks of that I have as protecting the River District from current or even potential future litigation, and protecting the discretion and the authority of the board and the River District as it exists today and in the future. For that reason, I would recommend that any resolution not include in the ballot question itself the language that would specifically tie the River District to the adopted implementation plan. The language added to the implementation plan, I think, is fine, but the specific tie I would see as doing two things that, you know, just representing the entity itself. I would have difficulty recommending, in fact, would recommend against, and that is that it would tie and bind arguably future boards to a degree that they might not wish they had been tied.
Yep.
And in addition thereto, I think, as Vice President Whitmore pointed out, it's a Mormon garden, a future breeding ground, if you will, for litigation, either amongst River District board members or district constituents, or potential in any future litigant. And so I just, you know, I didn't want to disturb the board's good and thorough discussion of these important issues. I understand all of the concerns and the justifications and reasoning behind them. But I did want to get that out as your general counsel before you further consider this matter.
Okay, thank you. Andy, you're sharing a screen. What are you sharing here? I can't.
I'm sharing the language that Peter was talking about. This is the
totally, at least unreadable on my part.
Yeah, Andy, what I'm seeing here is your calendar invite for the
for the meeting.
Yeah.
Well, that was a mistake. We'll try to prevent that from.
Could be worse,
okay.
I guess. But,
Sorry, I thought I was sharing. This is where technology is always
Okay.
the best thing. How about that one? Is that better?
Yeah, that is better. Yeah. Yep, that
that's
works.
better. And if you could reduce the zoom so that the entirety fits in the screen, that would be great as well. Currently, it's not quite there, at least on my computer. Maybe it is on others.
Not quite. Huh?
Yeah,
Pretty close. There you go.
Mhm.
Okay. And this, I just want to say, is the resolution, draft resolution that was sent out on Thursday, July 17th. The changes to this are in red from the 17th. So it does include the language regarding shall not utilize these additional funds for the purpose of paying to fallow irrigated agriculture. The red is new suggestions discussed by board members while we were on the call.
Okay. And Ms. Whitmore, you have your hand up.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to try and make a motion to at least get this on the table and see if we can move forward with, one way or the other.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Yep.
So I would move the adoption of the resolution that Andy just referred to, sent out July 17th, with the following language in it, with the additions or revisions we made this morning, substituting the words protecting for ensuring in 2 bullets in the bullet language, but not including the words permanently or temporarily in front of fallow, and not including the language "and provided that the district shall only expend these funds consistent with the terms of the district's adopted fiscal implementation plan." I would propose taking those out. What I would propose is adoption of that resolution. I would further move that we include in the implementation plan, subject to staff's hopefully assistance here in constructing some language, that we include in the implementation plan language that ensures or commits the board and the staff to consulting and working cooperatively with the various county commissioners and other elected officials. And that includes both temporary, the language temporary and permanent fallowing, but within the implementation plan, not in the ballot language itself.
Second.
Okay, and that is the second by Chandler Henry. Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Ms. Whitmore and a second by Chandler Henry. Now we have discussion. Mr. Aquafresca, your hand's up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that Director Whitmore's motion is a good one. I agree with Peter Fleming in that merely stating for the purpose of paying to fallow irrigated agriculture does mean both temporary and permanently. It would be hard to argue that it does not. And I want to ask all the board members to bear in mind that Dee Weiser told us right before we broke for lunch that this is one of the shortest Tabor questions he's ever seen that may possibly go to the ballot. So we're in pretty good shape. If somebody identifies another small addition that needs to be included, we'll still have a relatively short ballot question. But I believe that I can support Director Whitmore's motion, and I believe that I can take that support out to the public. We're really up against a tough environment, I believe, given all the changes happening in our communities. But nevertheless, you know, I would give it a good shot. And I would remind board members that if they're going to support putting this question on the ballot, that obligates you to campaign for this question in your county and some of the surrounding areas as well. I think everybody has to be aware of that and prepared to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Chandler Henry, is your hand still up or you just forget to take it down?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any other comments from the board at this point? Mr. Ely.
Takes me forever to find the mute button. The language having to do with consult in coordination with local elected officials, to me, I feel is important. I like the approach that Andy took by inserting into that language into the implementation plan, but without a reference to that plan in the ballot language, the plan, is not binding and it's relatively meaningless. Therefore, I would like to see that language included in our already short ballot language to accomplish the objectives that we talked about earlier.
And I guess my thoughts are going back to Mr. Fleming's comments that putting that in opens this up to future litigation possibilities. Folks are unaware of what a Mormon garden is. It came from one of our old board members, Wes Steins. And he said that as the early Mormon pioneers headed west, every place they stopped, they planted a garden. And for those who came behind them. And he says that every contract and agreement has a Mormon garden, which a skillful attorney can mine and his children can mine for and thrive and grow afterwards. So it's just something that creates problems for the future. And I'm not sure Peter's children need anything to help them out in the future. So.
Well, I wasn't really thinking about Peter's children, but coordinating with local elected officials seems pretty basic to me.
Yeah. I think that we've got a very good tie, to the ballot issue that we are doing in this resolution, and this puts us forward as this is what we intend to do. If 10 years in the future, our successors and their constituencies need something different, I think that would be good. Ms. Stegelmeier, comments?
I'm just going to say the same thing that I've been saying, that I think the more words we add, the more voters will say, forget it, this is too complicated, I'm not voting for it. So I think the simpler is better.
Thank you very much.
Director Catlin also has his hand up.
Okay. Mark. Mr. Catlin, you there?
One of the things I wanted to mention is that, we use words and sometimes maybe we're not aware of them. But I looked up the definition. Fallow, plowed and harrowed but left unsown for a period in order to restore its fertility as part of a crop rotation or to avoid surplus production. If we don't say what we mean, somebody's going to reinterpret it for sure. That's the reason that I mentioned the words permanent and temporary, because I think we're going to get to the point where there are going to be so many people buying farm ground for its water that we're going to spend our money fighting them off. So that's one of the reasons that I bring up the words temporary and permanent. So just so you know where I'm coming from, not that I disagree with this ballot question. I do agree with it. I will support it. And that also means that I will campaign.
I appreciate that from you, sir.
But I think we ought to think about these things and tie it directly to this ballot, because 10 years from now, somebody might have a completely different idea of what fallowing might mean.
Mm-hmm.
I see Bill Trampy's got his hand up too.
Okay, Mr. Trampy? Yeah. Mr. Trampy.
Yes, sir. I think even having the purpose of paying to fallow irrigated ground gives me a little bit of heartburn, simply because we may get to the point where we need to do some experimentation in a country like mine, and we can't find anybody else to pay for fallow on a temporary experimental basis. And so what do? Not do the work, not come up with the information that we need. So, I think we just need to proceed with the language that we have in front of us, and proceed on, and all of us get behind this effort and carry on. I could add lots of things into this ballot message that would be much more beneficial to agriculture. And in fact, I've had constituents say, well, there's nothing in there that really guarantees agriculture any protection. And that's true. And there are lots of people in agriculture that think it's all over for us simply because we're going to lose our water to all these people that are coming after it, whether it's WHAM or whether it's the front range water providers, whatever it is. But we can't make everybody happy. We can't make each of us where we want to be personally. And we just have to let our egos go and move with what we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to make a comment at this point before we vote on this?
Can I just ask, I'm trying to make sure that we have we know who's on the phone for this, or on present. Is Stan, are you still on here? I just want to, so that we have an accurate record.
It shows is on, yeah. Stan, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. We have a full contingent. Okay, I would like to call the question at this point, and I'd like Ms. Turner to do a roll call.
Can I actually have Lori do that roll call, please?
Okay,
That's
thank
all
you.
right.
Yep. Whoever you designate.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Marty Whitmore.
Aye.
Tom Alvey.
Aye.
Kathy Chandler Henry.
Aye.
Mike Richard.
Aye.
Bill Trampy.
Aye.
Stan Winery.
Aye.
Steve Aquafresca.
Aye.
Tom Gray.
Aye.
Mark Catlin.
Yes.
John Ely.
Nay.
Al Vandenbrink.
Aye.
Doug Monger.
Yes.
Raby Hazard.
Yes.
Karin Stegelmeyer.
Aye.
Dave Merritt, would you care to vote, sir?
Aye.
Thank you. Your vote is 14 for, 1 against.
Thank you very much, folks. I really appreciate the thought and effort that's gone into this. We've got about 100 days and really only about 70 days or so before the ballots drop. We'll be pulling together a group of outside individuals that can help promote this, but every board member really needs to get out and help promote this also to the extent that you can. This is going to be really important for the future of the River District, take into its next era. So appreciate the support we get, and let's go get it done. Mr. Mueller?
Well, thank you very much, President Merritt, and thank you to the board for what I think was an extremely thoughtful deliberation. I appreciate everybody's thoughts and contributions and understand your votes and very much appreciate that. I will make sure that I'm not, unfortunately, I will not be campaigning on River District time or with River District assets, but that's my job as a paid employee. So I would, at this point, rather than continue with the general manager's report, President Merritt, I would suggest that we have Jeff Riker, who is the Eastern Colorado area office manager for the Bureau of Reclamation. And he was scheduled on our agenda at 1:45 to have a half-hour conversation with this board. He's new to this position, not particularly, this is not the first time he's been in Colorado, but I'd love it if you don't mind, we could wait on the rest of my report until Mr. Riker has the.
Thank you. I was just going to suggest that, so you beat me to it. Do we want to have a quick statement by Peter about campaign finance before we get into that, or?
Sure, happy to do that. There is a discussion at the toward the end of the General Counsel's public report that outlines kind of the primary restrictions and allowances for expending and mostly restricting the expenditure of public funds on election matters, including ballot questions such as this, obviously. As a matter of fact, it applies whether this was, whether it's our ballot question or another ballot question. But since it's ours, probably even more important that board members and staff can respond to unsolicited questions about the ballot measure even during their official work time. So, for example, Andy gets a call from a reporter, he can answer and talk about the ballot measure and the reasons why, provided so long as it's unsolicited. Up to $50 of public money can be expended relating to expressing a public opinion. That's obviously not a lot. A better course of action is to just not allocate that money. Board and staff can express their personal opinion as long as they're not on work or board duty on an issue. If you're at a cocktail party, well, nobody does that anymore. So if you run into somebody with their, and you can recognize them with their mask on at the grocery store, you can talk about this, so long as it's not, you're not claiming it's work. And likewise, board and staff can expend personal funds, spend personal time regarding a ballot question. The board can, obviously has adopted a resolution. That resolution can be published in a press release, as long as that's kind of the customary way we would do that. I think we have done that in the past. The board or staff can also adopt a statement, a pro-con statement. It has to be balanced and include arguments both in favor and opposition of the measure. Those are the primary ones. Of course, there's lots of nuances in all of this, and I would say that there's not a huge amount of very clear direction on some of these requirements in the case law, and that the better course of business is to just keep your powder dry, so to speak, and not use public funds. That's the main point, is you don't use public funds to either advance or argue against a referred measure like this.
Thank you, Peter. So as Steve also pointed out earlier, it's on us, folks. Let's make it happen. Okay, Andy, back to you.
Okay, well, thank you. I think we're going to turn to Jeff. Jeff, thank you so much for coming and traveling all this way by airwaves to show up. Jeff, I'll turn the floor over to you. And again, really appreciate you being present.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for the opportunity to be here. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Well, so, obviously I had wanted to join you all at a meeting in person, and we had targeted the April meeting, but COVID has changed all of that as well as everything else in our world. So given that, I'm excited to be here today. Really appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk with y'all and introduce myself. So that's kind of what I thought I'd do, is just provide a brief introduction to myself, and then talk a little bit about what's going on within reclamation in our office, and then maybe touch on a few other items that may be of interest to you all with our operations in the Colorado Basin, Green Mountain and Root Eye reservoirs and things like that. So with that, maybe just kind of kicking off and introducing y'all to myself. As Andy pointed out, I'm not new to the state. I'm actually originally from Colorado, grew up in the Denver area, and went to undergraduate school at a small engineering school in central Missouri, and then came back and went to graduate school at Colorado State in Fort Collins. It's about then that I started with the Bureau of Reclamation down in Denver. I was commuting back and forth between Fort Collins and Denver, and spent about 6 years there, doing a variety of river and reservoir modeling type activities. And from there, went on a little bit of an adventure throughout reclamation. Started with about 6 years in our office in Carson City, Nevada, where I was doing water operations on the Truckee and Carson rivers out there. We took what my wife and I call our big adventure from there, and entered into Reclamation's liaison rotation program, which basically left me with 2 years at our regional office in Sacramento, California, and then 2 years at our headquarters office in DC, which was a lot of fun, very interesting, but highlighted for me how badly I wanted to be back out west and in more of an operational capacity. So we came back, went to work as a deputy operations manager, and then eventually the full operations manager for the Central Valley project in California, and really wanted to get back to my home state. So I was extremely excited this last year to get selected for the position here at the Eastern Colorado area office. Just, you know, so you get to know me a little better outside of work. I've got a wife who's a high school math teacher. She will be starting back up this fall here. And then 3 kids that are really happy to be back in Colorado and closer to family here. You know, outside of work, we spend most of our time at the hockey rink. Myself and the entire family generally play, and then we're outdoors quite a bit as well. So again, you know, I'm really excited to get a chance to talk today, and I look forward to a future opportunity to get a chance to meet you all in person, get to know you all a little bit better as well. So with that, maybe transitioning, obviously I started here in a period when we had plenty of change going on. So I just wanted to highlight some of that and maybe just kick off a little bit with what's going on with the COVID in our offices. This is certainly not what I expected that I'd be dealing with my first year here on the job, but I think we're doing pretty well to work through it. The Bureau of Reclamation has generally adopted an approach that we're generally calling the protect the pilot approach. The main goal is to keep all of our staff and people safe, but at the same time, make sure that we're still able to operate and maintain all of our reservoirs and facilities. So the focus is generally on making sure that we have as many people as possible working remotely, but at the same time, providing the highest degree of protection possible for the folks that do have to come in and operate our dams and power plants. And so far, we've been really successful. We've got about 105 people currently under the Eastern Colorado area office, and we've been doing really well and staying focused, staying efficient and effective at what we're doing, and staying safe most of all. So, you know, right now we're working through obviously our recovery efforts of trying to bring back a lot of our other activities, and at the same time keeping an eye on what's going on in the different counties that we work in, and trying to make sure that we watch those trends and keep our people safe so that we can continue to deliver water and power safely. So it's been a challenge, but just like everybody out there, we are working through it. A few other things that have been changing in our world. I wanted to touch briefly on the reorganization that has been going on within the Department of Interior, which our agency is under, and how that relates to our office's activities in the Colorado River Basin. So to kind of set the stage for that, as many of you all may be aware, we're generally organized within reclamation under 5 different regions. And then within those regions, we have about 25 area offices, mine being one of them. And so here in the state, we have 2 area offices, the Eastern Colorado area office, which is my office, and then the Western Colorado area office, which is managed by Ed Warner out of Grand Junction. So my office generally oversees the Colorado Big Thompson project and the Frying Pan, Arkansas project. And so because of that, we've got a variety of facilities in the Colorado River Basin, including Green Mountain, Willow Creek, Granby, Shadow Mountain, Grand Lake, and Rudeye, among some others. And then generally speaking, the Western Colorado area office oversees the reservoirs that are, the reclamation reservoirs that are downstream of those. And so interestingly, I mentioned the 5 regional structures. Historically, the Western Colorado area office was under what has been known as the Upper Colorado region within reclamation, whereas my office has been under what we called the Great Plains region, so 2 separate regions within the state here. And then a couple of years ago, former Secretary of Interior Ryan Zinke put in place a Department of Interior-wide reorganization that was generally based around river basins, and as a result of that, Interior was trying to develop these unified regions, and within that scope, Colorado as a whole would be under the Upper Colorado region. So given our history with the Great Plains region, there was within the agency some consideration to leaving the Eastern Colorado office with the Great Plains region, which is now being called the Missouri Basin region. And that was kicked around for about 1.5 years or so. And finally this spring, Reclamation came to a final decision, and it's a bit of a hybrid in that basically the Eastern Colorado area office will remain under the Missouri Basin region for the purposes of general management and administration. But at the same time, we're going to expand the scope of our interaction with the Upper Colorado region in a much more formal way through a memorandum of agreement. So under this MOA, it basically formalizes, and in many ways it enhances our interactions with the Upper Colorado region of our agency. A couple of examples: I'm recognized as essentially a part of the Upper Colorado regional leadership team in the form that I go to those meetings on a quarterly basis, interact with all the leaders of the Upper Colorado region, and am a part of the Department of Interior's regional executive team in that region. So really kind of expands those opportunities and puts a big focus on making sure that we are collaborating between our offices and between the 2 regions. So in a lot of ways, a real kind of win-win scenario of sorting this out so that we can retain a lot of our relationships with the region that we've been in for many years, but at the same time, really enhance that collaboration between the 2 regions. So I thought I'd highlight that. With that, we've had quite a few, changes in our regional leadership. As some of you may have heard, about a month ago, the regional director for our Missouri Basin region, Mike Black, retired. And interestingly, the regional director for the Upper Colorado region, Brent Esplin, transferred over to that job. And so with us kind of remaining administratively under that region, it's going to further strengthen that bond that we have with the Colorado River Basin. Brent has always got his mind on those kinds of things, and so I think that'll be really good for our offices throughout Colorado here. And then, of course, that'll leave open a couple of new positions there, the Upper Colorado Regional Director position being one of them. So a lot of change going on within the agency, but just wanted to highlight some of those things. We've got plenty of changes going on within our office. Obviously, I'm new. I've been here about 9 months now and really getting settled in, but also, just directly under me, we've got a brand new deputy area manager. He's named Patrick Fisher. He started about 3 weeks ago in that position. He's been with our office for about 3 years and has an extensive background within reclamation, including some time in our DC headquarters as well. So we look forward to being able to introduce him to you all and you'll see him at a variety of functions here in the future as well. And probably the one last piece of change I would mention, our water rights specialist who has interacted with a number of members at the district there, Bob Rice, he recently retired. And so we'll be looking to backfill his position. But so a lot of new faces, myself included, and exciting times here at Reclamation, but looking forward to a good future. So maybe shifting gears just slightly as I kind of close through the part of the presentation that I was given here, I wanted to just highlight a few of our operations in the Colorado River Basin, and specifically on Green Mountain and Root I was thinking about this, and as everybody's aware, it's been a fairly unique hydrologic year, but then again, just about every year is a fairly unique hydrologic year in one way or the other. This year, unfortunately, the uniqueness was that we really saw some of those early forecasts degrade as the season went on. So as a result, we had to change our plans at both Green Mountain and Root as the season went. For Green Mountain, it necessitated a revised fill plan to be executed about a month ago, and so we transmitted that out. We've been trying to ensure that we communicate as best as we can with everybody involved as conditions change. But even with those, reduced runoff, we have now obtained a full physical fill of the first fill storage right on the reservoir, and so at this point, we're generally just generating power with reservoir inflow and passing that through. So that's kind of the general idea of what's been going on at Green Mountain this year. I wanted to make a couple of notes on the few other issues related to the reservoir. This year there have been some times, and probably potentially will be some times, when we enter into the Shoshone outage protocol, and just wanted to make the comment that we remain, fully supportive of operating under that outage protocol, and happy to continue to do so. And a second thing I kind of wanted to highlight was related to the Green Mountain Reservoir Administrative Protocol. Noticed the amended administrative protocol was in the meeting package here. And so I wanted to provide some fresh news on that, just hot off the press from this past Friday. Our regional director did sign that administrative protocol, and he has directed the solicitor to file that with the Colorado Water Court. So that'll be moving forward. We look forward to getting that protocol solidified in the court there, and being able to move forward with it. So I wanted to provide you all with that update. And the last item on Green Mountain that I heard may be of interest to you all was the Heaney slide, and an update on that. It's certainly an issue that I had heard about years ago, long before I was at this office. And so since I've been here, I've been coming up to speed in greater detail on it. It's a long issue whereby we've got a restriction on the rate of drawdown that can be accomplished at the reservoir under certain conditions. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it can have an impact on the amount of water that can be released. And so it had been historically litigated. The issue does currently still exist, obviously. I understand that a few years back, we relaxed those drawdown restrictions from what they were more historically, but at the moment, we do not anticipate further relaxations in those. And so we do remain committed to the prior commitments that were made under the litigation, and be happy to schedule discussions or have discussions between our teams as far as how we deal with the outcomes of that litigation as we move into the future. So maybe shifting gears to one last piece, which is operations at Root. Similar to what I mentioned on Green Mountain, we saw those forecasts drop off as the course of the year went on at Root as well. And as a result, we are not expecting to be able to fill the reservoir this year. And actually last week, the environmental releases did commence on the reservoir. And so at this point, it essentially will not be filling, but certainly look forward to operating throughout the season and seeing where we can get to next year. So with that, those were the main topics I just wanted to highlight. Again, above all else, I really appreciate the opportunity to join y'all today and at least get a chance to introduce myself to everybody. Really look forward to working with you all into the future, continuing our collaborative relationship as we go forward, and to meeting y'all in person at some point in the future. So happy to answer any questions or any discussion that you'd like to have.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff. I think that was a great summary of many of the things that you're involved in and that touch us as well. And I wonder if, Dave, I'll turn it back to you and see if board members have questions.
Anybody have any questions of Jeff? Glad to have you with us. Glad to have you aboard. Keep Green Mountain full. Make sure it makes the releases needed to the 15-mile reach and HUP, but looking for any hands raised. I don't see. Well, we've had a.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just Jeff, thank you very much. This Peter speaking here, but you brought up really all of the primary issues that we've been working on for a while, and we really appreciate that. I do think probably sooner rather than later, although it's, we always say that and then other things arise, we should get together to talk about a number of things, including the Green Mountain fill during dry years, the issue that occurred in 2018, to my knowledge, didn't occur this year, and since there's been a complete fill, it's moot at this point, but could be a problem in the future. We should also talk about the Heaney slide. That, as you pointed out, doesn't really become an issue until the reservoir gets very low. And the settlement there implements a sort of cooperative strategy to try to avoid hardship to either the West Slope pool or the replacement pool for the CBT project collection system at Green Mountain. But it does also impose, I believe, affirmative obligations upon reclamation to seek to address the slide in a way that it will not interfere further with reservoir operations. So that's another thing we want to chat about. And while we're at it, we might look more closely at what happened this year at Rudai Reservoir, and the collection system for the Frying Pan, Arkansas project have the same priority. They have a co-equal priority, and so it's important that in times of shortage, that the inflow be allocated in a way that is equitable and obviously this year got super dry, it's drier than other folks, anybody had really anticipated. But we hope to avoid not being able to fill Rudai in the future by more careful operations, if that's possible.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we'd be happy to discuss all of those issues, and certainly have time and availability here this summer. So we'll reach out and try to see if we can get something on the schedule.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chandler Henry.
Yeah, hi, thank you. And thanks to Jeff for meeting with us today. We really appreciate that. I just wanted to sort of flag a concern, interest in Bureau of Rec funding and mitigation plans for aquatic nuisance species. That's an issue that we've seen or a potential issue, I should say, that we've seen at Rudai this summer. We've been able to intercept a large number of boats, particularly coming from Lake Powell, with mussels on them. So that's a concern for all of our waterways in the district.
Yeah, definitely recognize that and would agree. I was a little bit alarmed by the rate at which we were seeing interceptions, particularly at Rudai this year. If I had to guess, I'm assuming because we're seeing such increased visitation everywhere that the number of those has gone up accordingly, but it is a little bit of a disturbing trend. And so for that reason, our office remains definitely very focused on that and doing what we can to try to ensure funding into the future. So yeah, appreciate the comment and look forward to continuing to talk about that as well so that we can try to work together on those types of issues.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stiegelmeier.
I was just going to say what Kathy said. It's been an ongoing issue for us at Green Mountain. And, you know, we did have some identified mussels in there and we've made progress, but if there was reclamation funding, it would make it so much easier rather than cobbling together the funding that we've done to try to prevent what would be many, many millions of dollars of damage to the infrastructure there.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, once it gets going, there's no turning back.
Exactly, yep.
Okay, any other comments or questions we have of Jeff? Well, thank you for visiting with us. You're welcome to stay online as long as you want.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, thank you very much for making the time and appreciate it and look forward to seeing y'all in the future.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Mueller.
Hey, if I can, again, just thank you to Jeff for coming into the meeting. Back to the general manager's report, I think we're going to take the next item, which is draft parental leave policy. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Chief of Operations, Audrey Turner, to kind of present that issue and discuss it with the board. Audrey?
Okay, thank you. I'm hoping that my children will respect my wishes to be quiet for 5 minutes, so I apologize in advance if that doesn't happen. So, you know, as you guys just had a very long discussion about the long-term financial issues at the River District, and we talked about not expanding our staff, which I'm okay with, and it's a little bit unrelated, but we really want to take care of the staff that we have. We want to be a competitive and attractive employer in the future. And, you know, staff has been looking at our leave policies over the last 8 to 10 months or so. And the board last reviewed their parental leave, their maternity and paternity leave in 2013, at which time they expanded the ability to use sick leave from 4 to 8 weeks. Employees are allowed to request to use vacation time or accrued sick leave or unpaid time during that time for parental leave. But, you know, I think we've seen, I know I have experienced myself, and we've had other staff who have become parents over the last several years. And it's really difficult to accrue that time off. You know, if you're looking at 8 weeks of medical leave, it takes 3 years of working at the River District, not taking any medical leave for any other purposes in order to get that 8 weeks. And then, you know, same with vacation. And I think we've really tried to work on encouraging a culture at the River District for employees to take vacation time for vacations, to, you know, refresh and rejuvenate. And also, I think especially given the COVID pandemic, it's really important for employees to utilize their sick leave when they're ill or when their family members are ill. And so what I'm asking today is for the board to consider implementing a new parental leave policy, which would give, and what we're recommending is 4 weeks of paid parental leave, which would be separate from accrued vacation or accrued sick leave or unpaid time off. For full-time regular employees who have been employed at the district for at least 6 months, it would be for the birth, adoption, or for the placement of a foster care child. And it would be for all parents, not just the mothers, but also for fathers for that parental leave. One thing that I did think of over the weekend is that I would like to slightly modify that recommendation to that parental leave would have to be used within 12 months of that qualifying event. So that's not something that was included in my memo, but I would recommend that it be modified to that. So I'll just stop at that. If anybody has any questions, be happy to answer.
Are you trying to drag us to the 21st century, Audrey?
You know, and thank you for that. So it's not a new idea, but it is becoming more common. The federal government did just put into law for 12 weeks of paid parental leave, and that goes into effect this October. So something to consider.
And I would, if I can just add to that, I think, you know, the federal government and other industries are adding this, and I think it, again, going to the competitive nature of us as an employer, especially as we do have some retiring employees in the next few years. It will be helpful for us to attract new employees and retain them. I just, without embarrassing Audrey, I just want to point out that when Audrey was working at the district, she went 2 years without taking vacation because she knew that she wanted to have kids. And so in order to have parental leave, she had to not take vacation for 2 years. And that's just one example. And I think it's really, frankly, not what I want as the management of the district, to have employees who can't rejuvenate and rest, and it's certainly not why we give vacation. I'm encouraging constantly employees to utilize the vacation that they're accruing so that they are rejuvenated and that the district benefits from their productive time once they return or when they're actually actively working. So I would just ask the board to consider that in this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions anybody has of Mr. Mueller or Ms. Turner on this? Hearing none, I will mention that this is, my daughter works for Pickens County Sheriff's Office. And this is significantly less than what she would get under Pickens County's policy. So this is something that's long overdue. Ms. Stegelmeyer?
I was going to say, I think this is long overdue, but I couldn't help but notice in the memo, Audrey, family or parental leave, and you changed the wording, parents' attendance at a birth of the child. It kind of underestimates the mother's role. I don't know. It just seemed like it was missing. Other than that, I'd make a motion to approve this.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve. We have a second on this.
Second.
We have a second from Chandler Henry. Mr. Vanderbrink, you have a comment.
Yeah, I do. And I guess I'm curious. It seems like we're getting quite a few reach outs annually, sometimes twice a year, for benefit changes within River District staff. And I understand all this, but I'm just curious where we are starting to get at, to where what is the total cost for this benefit package available to the staff? Because I'm just curious to kind of learn that. I guess we just went ahead and we discussed here a potential mill levy because we have, or a ballot issue for a mill levy, because we have some funding issues here that are on the horizon if this doesn't pass. And I understand we need to make sure that we're very competitive with the market, but yet we have parts of our district here that we're looking at a 24% devaluation and a hiring freeze, a pay freeze. And that's, how do we continue to go ahead and add more benefits on the backs of our taxpayers, knowing that we have some here that haven't had raises in years, and yet we're adding benefits here. So I just want to make sure that we do stay competitive, but we are taking into account that it's not all equal across the board to where each county is earning the same. There are things and times that have happened within our Colorado River District that's really impactful. And to know that we have some folks here that are going to go home and have to plan and take 2 years to plan a baby and not take any vacation, but yet they've got to allow that to happen over there on that side. I guess I'm kind of stuck here, and I understand it, but I'm just curious, what is our compensation package? And right now, I don't know if I'm too comfortable voting in favor of moving forward with another benefit to be added here at this time, recognizing our present state of financial affairs in our county.
And let me respond to this point, and then Andy, you can jump in. But I think that this is, as I said, this is long overdue. And this is something that in the private sector is being put in place more and more. And in the broader government sector, this is recognizing the value of the employees, is recognizing the fact that, yeah, it may cost something for those 4 weeks that they're gone, but what does it take to retrain, hire a new employee? There are a lot of costs that factored in recognizing this, and the retention values, both just for that time frame or long-term retention, knowing that is there. This I think is a benefit that is really valuable and is needed at this point. So I'm not just in favor of this, I'm strongly in favor of this. Mr. Mueller?
I think Director Vandenbrink does raise an interesting question, which is what is the total value of our benefit package? And I can get those numbers and get them to Director Vandenbrink and anybody else who's interested. It's a range because it depends on the age and marital status and things or dependent status, I should say, of the employee. So we can do that. I would just say that in this one in particular, it's not a benefit that the majority or even a close to majority of employees would take. So it's one of those actuarial computations as to what the true value of this is. And you don't want me doing those kind of numbers on the fly, I can tell you that, much less at all probably. But I don't think, that very many of our employees will take it, but is it something that a new hire might look at very closely? I would say absolutely. And I also appreciate Director Vandenbrink's comments about his community. I had a long discussion with the Rio Blanco commissioners and Director Vandenbrink very recently, and I think he is, as always, very accurate in his portrayal of the challenges, the economic challenges that are being faced in Rio Blanco County and some of our other counties. And the only thing I can say, unfortunately, and it doesn't help at all with your point, Director Vandenbrink, is that when we're hiring for many of our positions, we're competing, as you know, against the Denver Waters and those level Northern and others for employees, and those entities all have these types of benefits that we're talking about. And so we're in order to provide that remaining and continuous strong voice for Western Slope, we really do need to provide a competitive package.
Yeah. Ms. Chandler Henry.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to speak in favor of this, and I understand and appreciate Director Vandenbrink's comments that those make a lot of sense, and I know belts are tight everywhere, and especially with looking at COVID, the Eagle County is looking at a loss of about $13 million coming up ahead. But that said, I think that we have asked a lot of River District staff over the past few years. The cost of health benefits to those staff have gone up. I think they've seen fewer benefits than they might get, certainly in private practice, but even compared with some of those other water entities that Andy Mueller mentioned. So we haven't been able to provide a robust package for them. We've also cut back in staff, so they've been doing more just with the regular work that they have. And I know from surveys of employees in general, flexibility at the workplace is something that is critical to them. This is a way I feel like we can provide some flexibility without a dollar cost, unless we are hiring temporary workers to fill in during those times. It's more of a policy of flexibility than it is of dollars, and providing some time for people to be with those families that is at such a critical time in that family life. So I think it's a way that we can compete. It's a way we can let our employees, we know we value their expertise and their commitment to the district. So I would be in favor.
Any further discussion? I'm open to a motion on this. We're looking to essentially accept the staff recommendation of implementing a family leave policy and put forward.
Director Merritt, Director Hazard is looking to speak, I believe.
Did I miss that? Okay, well, yes, Director Hazard.
I was just wondering, what is the bereavement? I mean, do we have a bereavement package? And what type of a time frame does the staff get for that?
We do have a bereavement policy, and it's 5 days for bereavement for an immediate family member, and we have that defined in here in our employment guidelines.
To be fair, I mean, I don't know that anybody would ask for 2 weeks off, but there may be some circumstances that may be needed to be revisited also. I don't know how everybody feels. You know, if somebody's out of state, it may cause some issues, but I realize that's not what you're asking for right now, but it's something to be considered also, or yeah. Thank you.
Okay. And I've been reminded that Karen already moved and Kathy Chandler Henry seconded this, so we just need to say further discussion. Karen, do you have any further discussion, or was your hand still up?
I was just going to say that I thought I already moved.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, so we have a motion and a second. And do we have any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Thank you. Motion is passed unanimously. Moving on.
Thank you. And I just want to say, Director Hazard, I'd be happy to follow up with you on your comments, because I think you raised an interesting point. So noted, and I'll get back to you on that. So,
thank you.
If I can, moving on, the next item on the general manager's report is the drought contingency planning and demand management update. We've already touched earlier upon our activities in the Water Smart grant update. There's a discussion in my memo about the activities at the CWCD and a link to the 205-page report. The only correction to the memo is that the workshop referenced therein is likely to occur in September, still at an unknown date. But once we know that, we will send that out to the board to make sure that if you're interested in attending that virtual workshop with their board on demand management, that you have the opportunity to do so. We're going to cover the risk study and the water bank work group activities here in a little bit, so I'm not going to dwell on anything else on this item. We're going to turn to Dave Kanzer at this point to talk about the Colorado River Basin hydrology. Dave, there's Dave. Dave, I'll hand it off to you. Thank you.
Just a minute, I have a hand raised by Mr. Acquafresca. Steve?
I don't believe Steve meant to do that. Unless he is muted. Steve, if you're trying to speak, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I wanted to ask both board members and staff that have been participating on the CWCB working groups where their group is going. What is your group feeding back to the state or recommending? Where do you think the state is going to run with this?
Well, Director Acquafresca, this is John Curry. I'll weigh in from the quantification and verification work group perspective, and the other work groups may have different different directions on where they're headed. We put a lot of effort in our work group probably in April, May, and early June in anticipation of the CWCB assimilating all of that information that we put together. And I believe it is assimilated in that 200+ page document that CWCB has put together. But at this point in time, I don't know that our work group will continue on into the future. I think, Director Aquafresca, that's just totally up in the air. Other work groups may have different perspective or have gotten different insight from their leadership. But as far as I'm concerned, I think our work group is effectively done right now.
And I was going to say, in terms of a direction, I believe that at least at this point, until and unless asked further by the CWCB board, the work of the work groups is accomplished in terms of their reports that they provided to the board, and that's they're accessible by that link on the report. But in terms of direction forward, I think all of them are at least on hold until such time as the board asks for additional work or investigation by those work groups. So I don't know if that summarizes in total. I don't mean to cut anybody else off from the board or staff around them, but that is my understanding with respect to all of those work groups at this time, Director Aquafresca.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Kanzer.
Yeah.
Is that right? DK is up.
Okay, good afternoon. Good to see you all again. You have in front of you, hopefully, my board memo, and take some questions. I'll try to be brief. The bottom line is we are all suffering from really a flash drought that occurred in April and May. Prior to that, we had reasonably good conditions, but those 2 months, which are significant snow melt or even accumulation parts of the season, really produced essentially nothing, especially south of I-70. So the inflow forecast, April through July, suffered greatly. We are really below the 50% sort of threshold that we were expecting. And, you know, with that, some challenges occur, not this year, but really next year. Most of our facilities will get through this year. And when I say our facilities, those in the River District that we rely on for the big main stem uses will be okay. The challenges are on the tributaries, and we have calls that are occurring up and down through the River District, with the exception really of the Yampa White. That's not to say that they're not suffering, but those calls, as I understand it, are not in place at this time. When you pull back the lens, and again, there's a lot of graphics in here, please take a look at that. We're into what we call the monsoonal flow season. That will help us, especially this next few days and week, reduce our demands, but will not significantly affect our supplies. It'll meet some uses directly, but the rivers are below average, will continue to be below average. Flow targets have been reduced. We're under a drought exception in the Gunnison, which means that instead of expecting about 1,050 CFS at the mouth of the Gunnison River, we're looking at about 900 operating to that level. Also in the Grand Valley, the flow targets have been reduced considerably for the fish, from in that same sort of range of 1,000 down to maybe 600. Fish and Wildlife has been working with the operators to try to meet that minimum for the endangered fish. Looking even larger scale in the Colorado River Basin, we are operating under normal conditions in this water year. Next month, the August 24-month study will dictate next year's operations. Right now, it's expected that that would trigger or will result in a 9 million acre foot release from Lake Powell. That's subject to change, of course. But we are on track to lose about 1 million acre feet from Lake Mead and almost 2 million acre feet from Lake Powell, if the 24-month studies hold up. So that's going to be a challenge. There is a webinar this week. States. The good news is cooperation is still relatively high. We're in or under, I should say, drought contingency planning operations in the lower basin. So that means CAP, the Central Arizona Project, is taking less water, about 200,000 acre feet less than they have in the past. And so they're doing a little bit of their part, but we're still suffering from that structural deficit. A few more points, high points here. The yes, sir.
Is that due to Lake Mead level at the 9 million? It's the sweet spot?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, yep.
So there's 2 tiers that are going to be controlling this decision. That would be if Lake Powell is above 3575 and if Lake Mead is below 1075. That if those conditions exist or projected to exist, that would trigger the 9 million acre foot release.
Okay, thank you.
In water year 2021.
Mhm.
I was just going to try to move quickly to the drought monitor. This is a regional issue. You'll see in figure 3 of your memo, the extreme drought, the blood red area, it has been expanding not only in southwestern and southeastern Colorado, but unfortunately it's developing now in northern California, which has a strong influence on how much water is needed by Southern California and from the draw on the Colorado River system. So we're keeping our eye on that. Our fingers crossed. The Sierra Nevada suffered the same fate as we did with a very dry spring. And you've probably seen stories out there with fires, et cetera. Another, I think, telling image is from figure 4 on the memo, which shows how the water supply forecast looked reasonable as of the March 1st, but as we reached July, significant decreases across the board at our key stations throughout the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center domain. I'll leave some of the operational issues, I think, for later. Wolford and Elkhead, I think Hunter may touch on those, but the figures of 5 and 6 show where we're at. Those facilities are meeting their demands. Wolford in particular was the beneficiary of a reasonable, probably one of the best water supply snowmelt seasons that you'll see across the river districts. I can probably leave it there unless there's questions. I'm happy to discuss anything in the memo at this point.
Well, thank you, Dave. I really
Any
appreciate
questions
that.
to answer? Yep. Good report, David. Good and succinct. Thank you.
Where's the
Thank
good news? Is there any good news out there?
What was that,
The
Mr.
good
Munger?
news, as I mentioned, the good news is that Wolford and Elkhead, and you might want to look at Dillon and Green Mountain again, being able to fulfill all those needs. The bad news may come next year, and that's really what we're looking at. We're planning ahead for hopefully a season that we can refill and not create too big of a hole going forward. But sorry, I can't provide better.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
For once, it's not me bearing bad news, it's somebody else. So there
Yeah,
we go.
uh-huh.
So, thanks. I think with that, we're going to turn to the risk study update, and John Currier is going to present this issue. And John, if you want to take it away.
Thanks, Andy. As you guys are well aware, we've been working on this risk study for a long time. About a year ago, we generally finished up the initial scope of work under phase 3 of the risk study, which was really to look at the risk profile at Lake Powell and then start to explore different ways in which administration could possibly be administered in the state in order to help inform our constituents and come up with the best ways forward. So following on that primary scope of work, there was additional work that the different basins wanted done. And so a year ago, October, we asked the board to extend the contract and increase the contract in order to allow various water user entities within the river district and beyond the river district to conduct additional work using funds that they would provide. And that was started off. The Gunnison did some work, which was really conducted in the first quarter of this year. And then more recently, the Yampa, via the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District, asked for some additional work to be done, looking at the hydrologic impacts of what would implementation of a Yampa doctrine do to other basins for various call scenarios. Currently, the intent when we extended the contract a year ago was that we would be done with this by the end of this fiscal year, a calendar year. But as a practical matter, I think Southwest wants to do some additional work similar to the work that was done for the Gunnison, amongst their 7 distinct basins in the Southwest District. And so I think they'll be scoping some of that work this fall, that they would fund under the risk study contract. And then the second thing that's come up is under the Water Smart grant that Andy was talking about earlier, we have additional outreach funds. And so I think within the next year, I can see the need for us to take this work that's been done for individual basins or individual entities and share that across all our, the West Slope with all our constituents in order to further inform the discussion. So for that reason, we are requesting that the board authorize increasing the contract amount under John Caron's contract by $100,000 and extending the contract date to a year from now through July 31st, 2021. The intent is that the funding for this would come from the entities seeking specific work like Southwest, or be reimbursed largely through this Water Smart grant, kind of under the additional outreach. So with that, I will turn it over to any questions or discussion.
Any questions for Mr. Courier on this? Good job, John. I'd like to express my appreciation for all the years you and I have worked together and the good work that you do.
Thank you.
Nothing else? Okay. Mr. Mueller.
What I would suggest at this point is that if at 2, I believe we have scheduled our auditor to present the.
Well, do we need to take motion on this?
Oh, I'm sorry, we do.
Oh,
yeah.
We need to.
Thank you.
I think we need a motion and board vote to increase the contract by $100,000.
Yes. Sorry about that.
Termination date to July.
We do need a motion to increase that by 100,000.
And the extension of the deadline is noted in
the deadline to July 3rd. July 31st, John, or June 30th? I don't see it.
July 31st, 2021.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved. Alvey.
Trampy, second.
Okay. Motion by Alvey, second by Trampy. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. None opposed, that passed unanimously. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Good job.
If I could, President Merritt, I would defer to you. We could either take a 10-minute break, come back for our auditors who are have both joined us to review the audit, or we could move right into that and take a break after their presentation.
Let's move into the audit, then we can take a longer, because we had a late lunch, so.
Perfect.
Yep.
All right. Well, with that, maybe I'll turn it over to Ian so he can introduce the folks that he's worked very closely with at the auditor's office. Remember, board, I just would remind you that these auditors work for you directly, not for district management or staff. And we've been acting on your behalf to make sure they had the information they needed, but we wanted you to be aware that they're here, but they're directly answer to you. And if you have questions or concerns, they're the people to talk to. So thank you. Ian.
Thanks, Andy. Good afternoon, directors. We're going to talk about the 2019 audit now. First, I want to just thank Lucy for all of her help with the audit and all the documents she prepared for them. And also wanted to thank Jason for his help with working with the auditors on the RCPP contract. This is our second year using Dan Cudahy and Yadira Miller from McMahon and Associates out of Avon. As COVID impacted many things, it impacted our audit. We switched from an in-person to a remote audit, so that created a little more of a paperless environment for us to provide documents to them. Let's see, I just want to mention real quick that for 2019, we had to do a single audit because we had over $750,000 of federal grant activity in 2019. And most likely we'll be seeing that single audit again in 2020. So jumping to the audit itself, if you don't have that up, it begins on page 129 of your packet. I just want to jump straight to, let's see, a couple corrections I just wanted to point out real quick. If you've read through this down on page 9 of the audit, we begin to talk about enterprise revenues. And that first paragraph right there, the third sentence of that paragraph, we talk about Denver Water's lease payments. And that number should read 45.3%. It's a 40% capacity, but 45.3% cost share in the OM&R. So just a little clerical error there. And the other error we had was down on the single audit, page 58 of the audit itself is where that single audit begins. And there's on that right side of that screen on page 58, you'll see a yes. That should actually read no. There were no audit findings. And then down below, that reference number is not applicable.
That's rather, that's rather significant.
It is, yes. But I'll let, at this point, I think I'm ready to turn it over to Dan and Yadira. I wanted to thank them again. It was a pleasure working with you guys this year, and let you take it over from here, Dan.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Yeah, and those have been corrected. We have a revised draft or a revised final version that Ian has. So we've corrected those minor errors. And the River District received an unqualified opinion on its 2019 financial statements. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Yadira
to go over the board communication letter with you, and then I will be back to go over the financial highlights. Yadira?
Yes, hi everybody, my name is Yadira. I was the lead auditor on this engagement and worked with, closely with Ian and Lucy and everybody at the district, and thank you guys for all your help. You know, like always, Ian was ready and had everything that we needed, and we didn't have to wait for anything. So I wanted to say thanks because that's not always the norm. So thank you for that. So this board letter is intended to just kind of go over some highlights of the audit. This letter is required for us to provide to the board. The second paragraph basically describes any new accounting policies that the district had this year. There was just one small policy. It was a GASB statement, number 84, and it basically just changed the presentation of your fiduciary activities, which are on the audit report. I believe it's page 32. These are custodial funds that you are holding for other entities. So it's not the district's money, but you're required to show that you're holding that for someone else. It really just changed a few things in the presentation. Not much else was changed. And there were no other new policies that the district had to implement this year, other than single audit, which is not really a policy, but we can go over that a little bit later. Then the following paragraph speaks about any estimates that the district has. The two estimates that you guys have are the depreciation on capital assets, which is pretty standard, and then an estimated allowance for any uncollectible receivables. Then we go on to say we did not have any difficulties in the audit. We also had no corrected or uncorrected misstatements, which is really what you're kind of looking for in this letter. This basically means that the statements that we reviewed were materially correct. So the information that Ian is providing you guys is correct. We found no mistakes or any large adjustments that we had to make. Then the following page basically just says we had no disagreements with management. And then management was required to sign a letter representing that they provided us with accurate information. They didn't lie, cheat, and steal, basically, or steal. And then typically the next section is where we would go over any recommendations that we found during our audit. So we do try to look over your internal controls and ensure that, you know, there's no issues that we see or any kind of opportunities for improvement. We didn't really have anything for you for the district. There's good segregation of duties, and everything that we looked at looked great. So the only two kind of small recommendations we have, well, actually one is just kind of a heads up. There's a new GASB statement that's coming down the pipeline. It was supposed to be implemented, I believe, for next year's audit, but they have, I think due to COVID and other things, they have delayed that, so really won't apply to you until your 2022 audit, but it's on there just as a heads up. And then the last thing is changes to uniform guidance. So like Ian said, this was this year you had a single audit because of the federal dollars that you received and spent. So we're just kind of suggesting that you take a look at the uniform guidance policies. They did change, I think, last year. They have a lot of different requirements on procurement and reporting and a lot of different kind of requirements. So we are recommending that you guys take a look at that and possibly change any policies if you see fit. And I think that's it. That's pretty much the board letter. Does anybody have any questions?
I do have one question. The management discussion and analysis section, didn't that used to be more of the narrative such as we have in pages 4 through 12, which describes a background of the district and operations and everything else? I just remember that section being more of a narrative discussion of the River District and what was going on.
Yeah, well, I can maybe let Ian answer this. Yeah, this is basically just provided by Ian as his he is management.
Because I always liked this section that, in this one with pages 4 through 12, which pulls out easily to be a something on our webpage, a discussion of the district and what's going on with it. And I thought we called that in the past the management district and analysis.
Well,
Dave,
go on. Do you want to take it again?
I was just going to say that since I've been here, since 2011, it's been in this same format, Dave.
General
So,
background, okay.
yeah.
Remember from way back when it pulled out very nicely. This pulls out, I would like to see this section from 4 to 12 pulled out into something that we have on our webpage, because it gives a very good background of the district, what's going on this past year. So
the transmittal letter is, as you said, it's kind of an overview of the district. The management discussion and analysis is actually a required supplementary information by the Accounting Standards Board. So it follows a prescribed format. And so that's another difference between the two. The MD&A is more of a prescribed format where you're supposed to talk about certain accounting issues and not stray from that very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll go on and just hit the financial highlights really quick, and then I think we'll wrap up. The River District is in good financial condition at December 31st, 2019, or was, with about $35.8 million in available resources. And that was on an operating budget of about $9.3 million. So that's a good reserve for capital projects. It's about 3.8 times the annual budget in available resources, so that the district is in very good financial condition. And the district's net position increased about $50,000 during 2019. That's on a long-term economic focus. It includes things like depreciation. So the district is looking good as far as its operations and its ability to cover depreciation and that kind of thing. So overall, this is a very good report, both from an internal control standpoint and from a financial standpoint. So I think, it's really good news all around from an auditing and financial perspective.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or concerns? As usual, this is required. I always question, why do we get an unqualified audit? Shouldn't we get a qualified auditor? But that's good. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Of course. Yep.
Thanks,
thank
guys.
you.
Okay.
Peter, is there any action that needs to be taken in terms of accepting?
If we accept the audit, don't we?
Usually you
Yes.
accept it, yes.
Yeah. I'd entertain a motion to accept the audit.
So moved, Vandenbrink.
A motion by
Trampy,
Vandenbrink.
second.
Second. Is there a second by Trampy?
Trampy, yep.
Motion by Trampy, second by, motion by Vandenbrink, second by Trampy. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you.
now should we take a brief break, Mr. Mueller?
Yes, 10 minutes.
Yeah, let's take 10 minutes. Be back here at 3:15, please.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Well, thank you, President Merritt. I think we've got some board members, hard to tell.
They're popping back in.
Okay,
Getting
excellent.
their computer videos back on, so.
Excellent.
I really do want to appreciate everybody for making this possible. I know it's not the best way to have a meeting, but it's really the only way that we can have a good functional meeting and maintain public input and get the public work done. So I want to thank the staff for putting this together, managing everything necessary for this, and the board, for sitting through a day-long Zoom meeting. So thank you, Mr. Mueller. Let's proceed.
Certainly. Just wait till we turn our meetings into week-long meetings and see how that works, right?
Yeah.
If I can, the next item on the agenda is the Water Bank Work Group update. Mike Eitel is going to provide that, and I would just add, somehow we didn't have it on the agenda, and it's just an informational item. And he's also after that going to touch on his involvement in the Wild and Scenic work group that he and Peter Fleming are engaged in. And so, Mike, thank you very much for appearing from Breckenridge, and take it away, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Merritt and directors and some of the general public I see out there. Sorry you have to look at my face for a few minutes this afternoon, but I'll try and be brief and get on with this update. So the Water Bank Work Group effectively started in 2019 on a secondary economic impact study for the Water Bank Work Group. And I'll add that I inherited this from Sonia's departure, and she did a great job of preparing this study and really getting it off the ground. A lot of legwork to get the different basins involved and all the different facilitators. So she did a great job and handed that over to me. And then unfortunately the COVID hit, really just a victim of a couple months delay in finalizing the report, primarily due to the outreach in each basin. We were trying to get a second meeting set up with folks, and COVID hit, so it pushed it back to May. And we now just received the draft final report, so it's getting close, folks. This meeting, it was too tight of an agenda anyways to have this as a detailed presentation, so it didn't work out. Doug was on vacation, so you'll see it in a different venue here. But the economic studies uses an in-plan model. It takes in, when I started to read it, I was like, well, what are the first impacts? We're looking at the secondary impacts, got to know what the impacts are, primary ones. So it uses an economic in-plan model. It looks at direct effects. It looks at the induced direct effects, secondary effects. Backward linkages and forward linkages depending on what happens with the economies of scale. And it all has to do with market-driven approaches in order to, evaluate what these secondary impacts would be to the water bank or demand management as it may be. And I also add that I quickly learned as I was doing this that I had to put up a disclaimer every time that I started talking about it, because everybody immediately jumps to that we're pushing this forward. And so I always say, no, this is voluntary. It hasn't been determined in any fashion yet. So I always put that disclaimer up front, and you can see that in the memo. I don't know what just happened to my screen. Just lost you guys. There you go. Anyway, so it looks at the various economics crop types. We focused on hay and corn primarily, and they used an valuation of right around $180 to $200 per ton, and looked at different avenues on how it affects. And really, in a short, succinct way of saying it, there are economic impacts, both good and bad. The primary folks, the ranchers, will see an increase in revenue for sure. They're growing water rather than hay. But there are secondary impacts based on the hay consumption, and are they going to have less hay to produce? It multiple years down the road, it affects the quality of the hay. Do we have to import the hay in? And that's really the big ways to do the model. And ultimately, we had to set some boundaries. And so what I'm going to describe today is really just what we focused on, the scenarios. And then as this report comes out, we'll talk more about how it's going to be out in the public. But you had to put up some boundaries, and we came up with two scenarios. One, the moderate demand management, which is a 5-year period, tries to get about 125,000 acre feet of consumptive use reductions, looking at about 25,000 per acre feet per year. And then the scenario 2 is the aggressive, and that's a full-on demand management program with the whole basin, upper basin, and you're looking at 25,000 acre feet from each of the 4 major river basins in western Colorado, or you're looking at about 100,000 acre feet of reductions from western Colorado. And the idea there was that would support a 2 million acre foot demand management program in the upper basin. And again, we're looking at mostly just the economic impacts that are related to Colorado folks and how that plays out. And then in the memo, I talk a little bit more about the roundtables and who we're reaching out to. Subsequent to this report, the contract ended. We've added a task 5. Andy mentioned earlier, talking about the Bureau of Reclamation's Water Smart grant that we received. And we're going to use some of those fundings to take this kind of on a roadshow and take it to different roundtables, the different conservancy districts who are partners, the Water Conservation Board, and the demand management work groups. Hoping to do that, and that target seems to be moving. It looks like it was supposed to be scheduled in August, but now it's moved to September. We are in the early August doing a final update to the Water Bank work group. And then ultimately we'll push this data out and it'll be on a website that we developed. It's still under construction, but we're not making it live until we finalize this report. And ultimately, you know, the real question is, in my mind, when I look at the findings is, you know, the individual ranchers do see an increase in revenue. That increase in revenue is based on a multiplier for their normal crop production. And so what I see is who's going to pay for this. That's the study doesn't determine who's paying for this compensation for any demand management program. And so that's really going to be effective on how that plays out in each individual basin and where that money comes from. If it comes from out of the basin, then it's a positive win for the basin. But if that money is generated by local taxes, it's coming from a different entity and going back to this, you know, change. But the real thing is there is a loss of jobs all across the boards. Some are actually increased positions for new jobs, but ranching jobs definitely get hit. And you'll see that when the report comes out. And ultimately, that's it in a nutshell. I won't go into too much more detail. You guys got a long day ahead of us. It's been a long day already. But I would open that up to questions. If you have any brief questions, I'm happy to answer some. And then I can just hit on that topic H for the wild and scenic piece real quick. Peter might jump in and add something. But if anyone has any questions on the economic study, let me know.
Any question on the very dry subject of economics?
It's very dry. I've learned a lot, Dave, but it's definitely interesting, and they did a lot of work to actually, you know, plug it into the model. There's a lot of background in each individual basin. Each basin's very different on the crop types and the amount of acreage. So there is some interesting findings that come out, and when you do the multipliers through Western Colorado, it certainly shows some serious impacts either way, good and bad. I will add that some of the directors did participate in these 4 outreach. Not everybody did, but we had some input from them. The makeup of the meetings were, you know, largely ranchers, but you had recreationalists, different entities, county governments were involved.
You haven't found that one-armed economist yet?
No.
Harry Truman wanted, because they're always saying on one hand you can do this, on the other hand you can do this.
But yes,
Okay.
the economies are different.
Yep.
But if no one has any questions, I can roll on just to real quickly.
Wild and scenic, yep.
Yeah, wild and scenic. So after 12 long years, I started with Taylor Hawes going to these meetings. I remember it was in the Chamber of Commerce in Kremlin, and we hatched that stakeholder group there that day when the BLM rolled out their wild and scenic eligibility report. Since then, we've spent lots of time, Peter's time, my time, and various stakeholders. A lot of entities, 26 to 30, depending on how you count it. And then you got the state agencies, largely funded through the CWCB's Wild and Scenic Fund. And then interest groups have a small amount of money that they put in annually. But in June, they finally adopted our plan after the 5-year provisional period was up. And both the Forest Service and the BLM accepted it. There were some minor tweaks that we went through over the last 5 years, and we're going to intend to move forward and make a permanent stakeholder group of some sort. That's to be determined, whether it's a nonprofit agency that will manage this. And then once ultimately some of those firming projects primarily the Moffett, and those get their permits and accepted, then there will be an endowment fund ultimately will be developed to help with the river monitoring. We do a lot of recreational surveys and fishing surveys, and really just want to protect the ORVs again. That Colorado River, it's the as a guy in Eagle County always says, it's the golden egg. We want to protect that, and that's what the ORVs are. But anyways, that's it. Peter, you might have anything to add?
Thanks, Mike. Good summary. I really want to thank the board, and in particular board members that have sat through a number of those meetings, Director Spiegelmeier and Director Chandler Henry as well, for their support and participation and guidance in developing this alternative management plan. You know, the hope is, and I believe will be the result, that this is not a plan that sits on a shelf somewhere. It actually is, while not doesn't mandate specific actions in most cases, it does mandate involvement, and that action will follow that involvement where warranted and possible by water users. The end result being hopefully full protection of the outstandingly remarkable values in the river reach from Kremling to No Name, while at the same time avoiding the federal overlay and the potential bureaucratic complications of a designated wild and scenic river reach in that heavily utilized both recreational and water supply reach of the river. Thank you, and I wanted to thank, I don't know if there's any federal representatives on the line or anything, but federal representatives as well as the Colorado Water Conservation Board for its support, financial and otherwise, in this process.
Yeah, there's a couple of stakeholders on the call today. I'll just call them out. Kyle Whitaker and Ken Newbecker, both very influential and you know, added great value to the process for sure.
And while we're talking about wild and scenic, anything going on with the Deep Creek, Mike?
Yes, it's still moving along. They had a meeting in early July again. Still working on drafting some language and getting the stakeholder group a little more focused. But they, American Rivers is taken on that role as a facilitator with that. They've done the hydrology work for the in-stream flow. It's been really trying to get the locals on board with the legislation wording.
Yeah, how is that moving on with the locals on that?
I unfortunately didn't attend that last meeting. I was not in town. But it's a you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Every time you go to a meeting, there's always something that gets them a little upset.
Yeah.
But
I did participate in that last meeting. I think Zane was on for most of it as well. And I think there's still some concern amongst the local water users. I think 2 steps forward, 1 step back is accurate. I think everybody's, you know, still at the table and in the game, but there are some issues to resolve for sure.
Better than 1 step forward and 2 steps back then.
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
Andy, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, President Merritt, and thank you, Mike. That was very helpful updates on both of those. And I would just say, you know, I had the pleasure of joining Mike on not all, but many of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a minute. We have a hand being waved to the camera by Mr. Trampy. Mr. Trampy, sir.
You're on mute, Mr. Trampy. Mr. Trampy, you're still on mute. There you go.
All this fancy technology, I can't keep up with it. It's not quite like riding a horse. Excuse me.
You're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Mike, in the water bank work, I don't see any contribution or lack of contribution from the resource. Is this all a financial judgment and no
consideration given to the condition of the resource at the end of the fallowing or the lack of irrigation? You know what I'm saying? Sure, there might be a pocket full of money, but your resource may not be any good. Is that what I'm reading into your report?
I try not to draw any drastic conclusions and make those assumptions because I don't know that that's my place necessarily, but I do think they have an end. They talk about other impacts and they look at the multiple years effect on hay, but there is broad impacts, Mr. Trampy. And when you put the sideboards on there with these two scenarios, one shows one thing and then the other one shows a much larger scale impact, and it varies by the individual basins too. And so then when you add them up, it definitely, I call it eye-popping.
But you're still telling me, in spite of all of that, that financially ranchers would be better off participating than not participating. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I think it's up to the individual rancher, but it has some financial gains for sure. But what that means to your operation, I don't think that's my place to tell you that.
No, but I'd like to see how they modeled that. I'm
yes,
having
sir.
a hard time buying into that, Mike. I'm sorry, but I do.
I agree, and ultimately that's the ultimate part of the task 5 is to bring this to the individual river district at some level. I'm not sure if it'll be at our fall seminar or how it will be. I'll definitely send the report out once everybody agrees it can go public and you can look at it. There's some definitely chapters that you could focus on and really look at how they looked at individual basins for sure.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to turn to the last item in the general manager's report, which is service anniversary recognition. And I want to first state that one of our longest standing employees, Kim Davidson, is too busy to talk to the board today. So we're going to postpone that until October. She's busy getting our devices and monitoring equipment working at full strength on the dam. And so I apologize for her. She has been here 25 years. We'll celebrate that in October, and if that's all right. Mr. Pokrant.
Actually, Mr. Bueller, she's actually been with the district for 27.
I think she was a contractor previously.
Yeah, she was our office secretary during construction. Yep.
Right. Yeah. So if I can, I'm going to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about Jim Pokrant, who has been with the district for 15 years. And I have to say, this man is an amazing employee and representative of the district. He, I can remember back in, I think it was, probably 2006, when he appeared in front of my daughter's 4th grade class and wowed all the 4th graders with his knowledge and his wisdom in Ridgway, Colorado. Just to tell you, those same 4th graders were on a river trip with me recently, and they asked about Mr. Pokrant, Rat, I believe they called him, Pokrant, and they still remember him. They may not remember all of the content, but the message that he conveyed and knowing that people were out there watching out for their water resources was something that those 4th graders took away. And even then you turn to most recently, I got a copy of an email sent by the Snowmass Rotary Club that indicated that after Jim spent 20 minutes talking to him, that quote, the River District now has a fan club in Snowmass. So, and I can tell you that every time Jim goes out and talks on behalf of the district, that's what happens. The district benefits because of Jim's amazing ability to relate to people and convey our message and our work. And it's so clear that when he's doing it, he just loves what he does. And it's just really impressive. And I don't think we could have asked for a better public affairs director, worker as Jim. He's done an amazing work in the communications department. it's sad for me because, as I believe you are all aware, he has announced his retirement at the end of this year. So this is a bittersweet 15-year anniversary from my perspective, because he's just really, he's been phenomenal for the district. He's been a huge benefit. And I want to give Jim an opportunity to say something to the board. I can't hand you a plaque virtually, Jim, but we'll try to. I can't get close enough to give it to you either. So we'll send it to you. We'll spray it with Lysol and send it to you. When it's so, Jim?
Well, I can tell you that middle schoolers are the toughest audiences out there. So I'm glad I made a lasting impression. And I'm also glad that there's a direct link to the current senior management of the Colorado River District. So thanks for those kind words, Andy. And too bad you won't be doing any more annual reviews.
You can say anything you want now, can't you, Jim?
Well, yeah, and what I want to say is that, yeah, it has been a great ride. It's the best job I've ever had, and I have had some good ones. But the subject matter is great. The team members have been great, and the board members over the years have been equally supportive and wonderful to work with. And, you know, I think Director Trampy goes back to day one. He might be the only legacy from 2005, and I've certainly enjoyed getting to know the ranching community over the years through Director Trampy's eyes, and as well with Reby and others. And of course, I have lots of friends from my newspaper days in Summit County and other places. But just thank you, everybody, for the support you've offered, just not me, but the external affairs team over the years and currently. And you still have 5 more months of me and 1 more board meeting.
Well, thank you again, Jim. I couldn't say enough about how pleasurable it has been to work with you, and it is to work with you. So if you want to, change your mind about this upcoming retirement, then that would be okay. Look at that guy. Wait, who is that? Is that Jim?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's my high school classmate, Richard Gere. So
right.
I'll have to live that down.
Same glasses, everything, Jim.
Yep. He's my illegitimate brother.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, fantastic. And thank you, Jim. And if I could then ask John Courier to turn his camera on and join us. And John has been with the district for 10 years, and his expertise in Colorado River administration and not just the Colorado, but all of our major tributaries is absolutely unmatchable. I mean, his knowledge and understanding of how this river operates and his ability as an engineer to translate really complex tasks into understandable things that people with lesser degrees like Peter and I can actually understand is really remarkable. And I just really appreciate John's easygoing manner. As you might know, I tend to get a little excited about things, and John's always there to kind of level it out for us and make sure we stay even keeled. And he does a remarkable job. He's not just an excellent employee, he's an incredibly well-respected voice on Colorado River issues, both inside of our state and on an interstate basis. And we really, for 10 years, have had the benefit of John's work, and he's really been an amazing team player as our chief engineer. John does have, I think, some news he wants to share with the board officially, so I'll turn it over to John. Just want to say, John, thank you again for your amazing service for 10 years.
Yeah, thank you very much for those kind words, Andy. You know, I will say my career with the River District goes back, gosh, almost to my childhood when I was working a summer job on a survey crew doing diligence work on River District water rights, probably when I was after I graduated from high school. So a long time. And then after spending 20 plus years in the consulting world, It was a pleasure to come to work for the River District 10 years ago. As I tell people, I traded about, there's a level of argument that you argue in private practice over 10 acre feet, and you have about the same level of argument over 10,000 acre feet. So it was nice to be able to come and argue over larger quantities of water in the same way we'd argue over smaller quantity waters. And it's been a pleasure working with all of the River District staff. I think we have a great staff. It's been a pleasure working with my colleagues all over the state. I really enjoy it very, very much. I will take this opportunity to tell you, I think President Merritt kind of alluded to it, and some of you have been questioning, well, why exactly did you send out this job notice for a new water rights engineer? The reason is because I am going to retire and step down from the River District probably effectively after Labor Day. I essentially will be part-time until we get a replacement on board, and I have as much time as needed to overlap with that person and bring them up to speed on the things I'm working on. So as a practical matter, I'm not exactly sure when I'll be gone, and then I may continue to work on a few things as requested by Peter and Andy. And I won't be going far, and I enjoy what I do too much to just bail out, so I will probably end up doing some consulting on an as needed or as wanted basis. And like most of my career, I hope that doesn't turn into a full-time job. Yeah, the goal is really to just step back and not work nearly as much. In the River District, employment at the River District truly is more than a full-time job, as Andy and others can tell you. So it's been a great ride. I've really enjoyed working with the board, and I've really enjoyed the relationships here with all of the directors, and I actually look forward to continuing those relationships. So thank you.
Thank you, John, and I really do. It's been an honor to work with John as well, and you know, he's been around for 10 years at the district, but as he says, he's been involved in our work much longer, and it's really fantastic. Look forward to continuing to have the opportunity to work with him in different capacities. Just want to say we've really benefited from John's presence at the district. So. And
thank you.
Mr. President and Andy, if I could just take a very quick moment. You know, I could go on and on about the talents of both John and Jim. A lot has been said already, but you know, both of those guys are just incredible talents. We couldn't do our job here at the River District without them. It's going to be tough to find replacements, but far more important to me is the personal relationships with both John and Jim. They're just two incredible characters, and it's been a complete honor to work and become friends with both of them. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And John and I go back 35 years with a good working relationship over that time. So
yeah. If there's problems with the hydrology for the design of Wolford Mountain reservoirs, because Chief Engineer Dave Merritt was standing behind my desk, peering over me, you know, while I'm trying to work on things 35 years ago.
I think it was a real spreadsheet you're working on, John, right?
Well, thank you again, John, and as I said, look really forward to continuing to work in different capacities. But thank you, and well-deserved recognition for both John and Jim, and it is kind of like a double whammy to have them recognized for their years of service while retiring. It is something that unfortunately this board and I had talked about when you were hiring me, that we were looking at had some likely turnover, and so it's happening, and we'll see. I'm quite confident that we'll be able to continue on, but I doubt we will be able to do so without turning to them as an example, and both of them as sources of information as well. So thank you, John and Jim.
Yeah, thank you. Jim and I are going to go ride our bikes more.
Yeah.
Excellent. They're the two youngest feeling retirees that I've ever seen. So I'm regardless of whatever age they may actually be, John could beat me any day on a road bike or a mountain bike, and Jim is kind to stay with me while we skin up mountains. So it's one of those things that it's truly a state of mind, not a numerical number in terms of age. So they both are remarkable examples of that. So with that, I'd like to just turn to the next item. President Merritt, it's actually director's updates and concerns, and if you'd like to take it away with the board.
Okay, I think I'm going to essentially go around the basins from the Yampa on down, work my way around. And so I guess I will start with Mr. Munger. Any comments or thoughts or concerns you want to bring up?
So I just jot, because you guys he always catch me unprepared, David. So I actually prepared a little bit. So
I just pulled it out of the air. Look the Yampa, sir.
I'm the least. I don't understand anything. I don't know nothing. So, but anyhow, quickly. So, man, drought's been really hitting us hard here too, and then we're much better off than a lot of you guys in the southern area. And man, it just has been amazing. DK elaborated on it, man. It was just a brutal April and May. We didn't get anything anywhere. So, it's just dropping river conditions. The upper Yampa is working right now, and we're going to start releases out of Stagecoach to help with the water system in the Yampa. And so, yeah, it's been a brutal year. We're racing right now. We're probably already a month ahead of hay-in time, and it's just been crazy trying to keep up with the weather. So we've had good grass grew early, but then, man, it's just dried out. My last comment. So I don't know if you guys knew, but Kevin McBride, our general manager for the upper Yampa, retired about 4 months ago. And so we just finished the replacement of him, and with our new general manager, Andy Rossi, who was our engineer. And so we're happy. We had a great interview committee and the rest, and great process. And so we're happy with the process, and we're moving forward with all of our discussions. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Let's see. That would take us to Moffat County. Mr. Gray.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. I won't reiterate anything that Doug said. It's all true. I will say, plant the seed that if it doesn't change and get a little cooler, we could see another call in the Yampa. I haven't heard anything about that, but the river is really dropping. And if that happens, I hope that the river district will be in line to maybe supply some water rather than doing a call and shutting off water right holders because that call comes from the very lowest end of the basin, and that we might have an opportunity, hopefully for compensation, to supply some water out of our reservoirs, out of Elkhead. And it's a win-win for everybody if that happens. And we have done that out of Rudai on the Colorado, so I don't see why we can't contemplate doing that on the Yampa. And this might be the year we'll need to do it. I'll keep you posted.
Thank you. Mr. Vanderbrink.
Well, like everybody else, it's dry, but we've actually got some water in the river yet, but it's tanking quick. I mean, we're losing CFS every day. So this year, I know you've seen, we know we've had an algae issue here that you guys are aware of. We've actually had 2 rounds of it this year. Once was before the spring runoff, and it came almost 45 days earlier than it did in previous years. Then runoff hit and swept it away, but now we're in another pretty big bloom here. And I've gotten a few calls actually from other folks on the Yampa I hear there's a pretty good bloom happening on the Yampa too this year. And I know that's not my basin, of course, but I also seen, I was on the Colorado River. I seen it was pretty chartreuse green down there too. So this cladophora is really getting to be problematic and spreading. So we're on our 3rd year of data collection. No real smoking guns at all. But I just wish we could figure out what's going on. But I think it's due to the ongoing drought. That's my personal gut that we're seeing here. So otherwise, the Piceance Basin did go on administration a lot earlier this year, about a month earlier than they normally do. And that happens every year. There's continues to be water shortages up there. So we did get some issues with abandonment on the abandonment list, where we have 33 on the White River that have been identified. Some are alternate points. Some are existing uses that were added to that list. So we have also received notifications across several folks within the White River Basin on the notification that they need proper head gates and flow measurement devices to be installed. We're not hearing great rumblings about it right now, but I know we're working with the division engineer on that as well to see if there's something that we can do to help kind of get these things installed. So our integrated water management process is moving forward, which is good to see. I'm telling you, the strong community input that we got here is amazing. And when we start looking forward to even updates within the BIP process for our Basin Roundtable, this morning when we got the last update, we've got 28 projects identified for the White River alone. That's pretty substantial. And that's a lot of people that are getting involved now that is unheard of. So, and there's a lot of folks being educated. And I know the River District's been instrumental with that, coming out and doing presentations across the White River Basin. But just that awareness alone on water and what issues we're having here and what issues are coming on our horizon is really, really coming to be beneficial to the folks to get their involvement. So I'm going to end with that because I'm like Doug. You guys usually don't surprise me, but I was kind of surprised here with this one. So anyway, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bouchard. You're still muted, Mike. So there you go. Okay.
I'll get there. Not a whole lot up here. It is extremely dry. The wind blows every day. It could go back to Wyoming from our perspective. A couple things. I did have an opportunity to use the Wolford recreational area. Did talk to the concessionaire, Doug there, and they are very pleased with what's going on. Their numbers are up from over last year. Considering the crazy and strange world we're in right now, they were very pleased with what's happening there, and that's good to see. The other items of conversation is the study that's going on right now, and most of these meadows are against highways, and they're dried up, and a lot of people are asking questions about it. And so I think that's a very positive item of conversation that they're getting to discuss with individuals on those dry ups and what's happening there and the thought process behind them. The ones that were took the June 15th cutoff for water have already hayed. The hay's up. They probably looked at about a half a crop and stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting to see what the results are on that. That's all from Grand County.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Stegelmeyer.
Well, right in neighboring Summit County, it's kind of the same. We started off with this wonderful snowpack and then it's dried up so fast. One interesting thing about COVID is, you know, people are supposed to go outdoors and recreate, and they have been doing that big time. So many people parking illegally all over the place because we don't have adequate parking for all these crowds. And specifically, I have noticed so many people in kayaks and paddleboards, and a couple stores ran out of kayaks and paddleboards. Just all these little ponds and lakes, Lake Dillon, so many recreationists that didn't used to be there. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's windy right now. We've been getting sprinkles in the afternoon. And yesterday we had a fire breakout. It's 0% contained. It's right on the border of Summit and Grand, just southwest of Green Mountain Reservoir. 27 acres right now, getting close to Eagle County. And so that's really scary. It's on BLM land.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chandler Henry, going downstream again.
Yeah, it sounds like more of the same, hot and dry here. We're watching that fire. It's Dice Mountain, I think. And we've had, yeah, Dice Hill. We've had 4 or 5 other fires that have broken out from lightning strikes hitting the dry. So far they have all been contained. Hopefully this one will be as well, but with all we spend most of our time thinking about COVID, so every once in a while we get to think about a forest fire. A couple of water-related issues. We are excited to have the Wild and Scenic Plan adopted after all these years and all this work. So thanks to River District staff for helping push that through. Root Eye Reservoir, we continue to really be vigilant about boat inspections there, and April Long's been doing a good job of really sort of ramping up that whole inspection process at Root Eye. And I guess the only other thing I will report is Aurora Water is over here looking for approval from the Forest Service for test drilling for their consideration of Whitney Reservoir, which would be near Homestake, around Red Cliff area.
Okay, thank you. Well, Garfield County, it's nice to have the river flowing through at least the Shoshone reach of the Colorado River, even though the plant's not operating right now. And it's good to have the Cameo Call going, keeping everything in balance. So those recreation issues are continuing. And I did have my neighbor who is a part-time guide noted the heavy amount of green on the Colorado River and the base there. So that's an issue. Mr. Acafresca, Mesa County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hot, windy, and dry is the order of the day down here as well. Up until the last couple of days, we've had daily winds of about 30 miles an hour, even when we have 98, 99 degree temperatures. And under those conditions, nobody can really keep up with their irrigation needs. Also, I just saw a report moments ago that they're dropping firefighters into a wildfire on the Colorado River 14 miles west of Grand Junction. So it's probably in cottonwoods and riparian vegetation, or possibly also PJ forest. But sometimes those fires can really run out of control. So we have a little bit of smoke here in the valley right now, and it'll be coming your way upriver, I suspect,
so, yeah.
over the course of the afternoon. The big buzz in the water community here, and especially in the farm and ranch community, frankly, is Heather Sackett's article printed in the Aspen News publication that she works for. I believe most all of you have seen that. It really has caught the attention of the farm and ranch community. And there's a lot of doubt now about the direction that things are going. And you know, we don't even have a demand management program yet. We're just discussing it. But that has triggered a heavily moneyed hedge fund organization out of New York to come in and start buying up significant swaths of irrigated farmland, particularly under the Grand Valley water user system. But that's not the only water rights or farm properties that they're buying. They're now making purchases outside of the water users service area. So, you know, we don't know how deep their pockets are. They're currently, as the article said, they're currently the single largest shareholder in the water user system. And if they can continue to purchase farmland at the rate they have been, they could actually at some point become a majority shareholder and then control everything within water users and potentially take control of a demand management program. So I think this has been a wake-up call for a lot of folks down here. And a lot of folks are starting to ask, what in the world are we doing? And it's going to be real interesting to see how these developments go in the weeks and months ahead. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hazard, up at the smallest piece of the river district there, up in Sawash County. You're still muted. Yeah.
I hit a wrong button. I apologize.
Yep, there we go. Yep.
Yeah, we're like everybody else, hot days. Sometimes we see 32, 34 at night though, so that those nights are
nice.
good. But you know, our water's just, what's left of it is going down the stream. So Sawash County's been in a stage 2 fire ban for over a month, so that's not good either. And thankfully, all the lightning strikes and whatever haven't taken off, so we're lucky that way.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Trampy.
Thank you. Like everybody else, drought's the name of the game. CSU's got that weather station here on our place, and it's about a half mile from my house. And since about the 10th of May, when we got 2 inches of snow, that weather station says we've had a total of 1,400 inches of precipitation. And that came last week. And right here where I live, which is a half mile east of that weather station, I don't think we've had measurable precipitation. So that gives you some indication of what we're working with. Some places, you know, just little spots have had, cloudbursts and puddles. And I was in the Crested Butte country Sunday, and we have 2 different ranches up there. And the one just got drenched, and the other one got very, very little. So that's just that's what we're dealing with. The monsoon working a little bit in certain places. It seems like the same places are getting showers more often than not. Guys are starting to hay on the tributaries that don't have any water left. Hay crop is poor. Those of us on the Gunnison, we're continuing to irrigate a little bit, and the hay is really spotty. So it's gonna affect the economy of our valley. We've had to deal with the pandemic issues with the cattle market. That's very, very bad. A fire ban has been in effect in Gunnison County for a couple of weeks. I don't know. And we're just inundated with people on federal land. So it's just unreal how many people have come to the hills, and campers and tents and school buses and anything you can imagine. They're camping. And very interestingly, they're camping just like they live in the city, right next to each other. There's no social distancing about anything. And the other night I came out of Brush Creek, and some little gal had a flat tire on her bicycle, and that must have been 25 people crowded around her trying to get her back together, and there wasn't a mask in the bunch. So, you know, we've got a mask order. Everybody's arguing about it. I don't want to wear a mask. You better wear a mask. That whole political thing is going on. So there's a lot of controversy in the basin. And as far as trying to get anything positively done, you've got to work through the COVID issues, and that's almost impossible right now.
Thank you. Mr. Ellie, Delta County. There you go.
Mr. Alvey, you're still on mute there.
Muted, yep.
Director Alvey. Not having any luck is what he's saying.
Nope. Okay, okay. Well, Mr. Catlin, if we can't get Mr. Alvey, we go for Mr. Catlin in Montrose.
Okay, well, Mr. Catlin's out on the farm.
Uh-huh.
My dad's out there running a tractor, so that's something that hasn't happened for him for an awful long time.
Yeah.
So we've got him out there and, you know, trying to live life as much as we can. It is dry, it is hot. The crops that we're raising here, pinto beans and those kind of things, are just standing there sweating because this wind has made the ground is hard, dry, won't take water. You know, we'd like to have more. I think most of us are running at probably 80% or less. And all the problems that every one of you have talked about previous to what I'm saying, we've got those. And I don't know, people seem to stir it up anymore that you can hardly even have a conversation with your neighbors. Like we said, you know, you should have your mask on. No, I hate my mask. I don't like you for wearing it. Those kind of things keep happening. There are some things that, well, you know, I think everybody's at it. I'm noticing there's a lot more ground in my country not being farmed this year. And I don't think it had to do with availability of water. I think it had to be maybe not being able to make a living at it. You know, a lot of the times I've talked to you before that we put our beans in the shed last year at 1983 prices. Our cowmen are in the same shape. They've got terrible problems. You know, ag is in deep trouble. It honestly is. We've got to, I don't know what it's going to take. I was hoping that we'd see some resurgence. COVID did cause the beans to go up, but most of us had sold them before the price went up, you know, typically farming.
Yep.
But it's a tough time down here in Montrose, and it's tough on our neighbors in Gunnison. It's tough on our neighbors in Ouray County. And, you know, Delta County's got their own problems too. So the central part of Western Colorado is just hanging on. We are seeing some things. We're harvesting some sweet corn. We've harvested some grain. So some of those acres will stop demanding water. Maybe on an individual farm basis, you may get some water back to finish out on some of your other crops. But, you know, the weather's held, so barley and everything looks good. Spelt's being harvested. So, you know, life goes on. That's the one thing that we're doing right now is we're living life as much as we can. So in the Uncompahgre Valley, we're hanging in there. Thank you.
Director Merritt, I may be back.
I see you're back, yes.
All right. It's more of the same on the drought front. We are seeing the effects of the bad winter snowpack and the dry spring. We have reservoirs going dry already that would ordinarily carry us into September. So that's a serious effect on all crops in the area. We are just starting into peach harvest. We at least do have some peaches, so that's a good thing. We're anticipating starting to pack peaches the end of this week at my packing shed, looking at about a 50% crop. So that's sort of positive. Other positive development, we had a visit from Senator Bennett that the River District helped organize. He came to look at the RCPP program and salinity program that Dave Kanzer has been so instrumental in putting together the Lower Gunnison project. Came to look at our pipeline and some on-farm improvements. It was a very positive meeting. He was very engaged and interested in what he can do to help further. So that's what's going on down here. Oh, one other thing, I've got to leave in about 5 minutes, so I apologize for that, but carry on.
Thanks, good to have you aboard. And our southernmost member, Ms. Whitmore.
Well, same story as everybody else, although I will tell you, as I'm sitting here looking out our window, and during our break, I went out to walk for a few minutes because I needed to do that. It's cooled off here. We've got dark, cloudy skies. Rain we look like we've got radar showing us with rain this evening. At least in Ouray, Ouray can get rain, and Ridgeway and Log Hill, not so much. But at least the forecast for the next 5 or 6 days are 70s, low 70s, and rain, and more rain. So I'm hopeful for that. As other people have mentioned, we have got RVs just bumper to bumper. A lot of Texans, a lot of Florida plates, a lot of, California, you name it. But RVs, the RV parks here, the campgrounds are all booked. I mean, they look like Disneyland on the day after Christmas. So a lot of people, wandering around. I think some of the motels are busy, but not a lot. And of course, like everyone else, the restaurants are dealing with trying to use mostly patio space, which isn't going to go so well these next few days when it's raining. So same as everybody else. Nothing else real new or exciting, except that I'm hoping maybe we'll get some rain and I'm hoping things get better.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're 99 degrees right now in Glenwood, so it's hot up here for Glenwood. And Mr. Mueller, you had an item on the vouchers?
I did. Thank you. I just wanted to mention that our policy did not anticipate, the voucher policy on these meetings did not anticipate full day meetings via Zoom. Somehow when you wrote the policy as directors for $100 reimbursement requests versus $75 telephone requests, Peter and I have talked and believe that it's a reasonable interpretation that a Zoom meeting is an in-person meeting. So if anybody's interested in that, if you could, the voucher we sent out had a $75 number in it. You feel free to cross that out and put the $100. Frankly, your hourly rate is still below minimum wage. If you actually, that's if you read the packet, I think. So I think most of you do that, and I appreciate it. I will say I really do appreciate the involvement of all of our board members. I just want to stress how helpful everybody was as I toured virtually and in reality the district recently, and really appreciate everybody's participation in those meetings, and your thoughtful discussion on all these subjects is really helpful to me and to the rest of staff. So thank you, and greatly appreciate it. We are gonna, I think, at that, just turn to the next item, which is the annual policy discussion. Richard Gear is going to come back in and talk to us about this. I would just remind the board that at your last meeting, you reviewed, accepted these as final, but it takes 2 meetings to approve it. And so you're welcome to dive into the details if you'd like, but only if you'd like to stick around for as long as you choose to dive into the details. So with that, Jim.
Thank you, Andy. I thought my new designation was Employee of the Year, not Richard Gear.
I had to do that, Jim.
Yeah. I never saw it, and I'll never live it down. So, as Andy said, you reviewed the policies that are in your packet in April, and you didn't have any corrections. After we had many suggestions from January, so we incorporated them, and the policies are up for your final review as per your procedure at this meeting. So it's pretty straightforward. They look like they did in April, and although Peter Fleming, who's probably a copy editor for Encyclopedia Britannica at one point, did catch one typo in the TMD policy, and it's the wrong word, principal. It should be an LE, not an AL. So we'll make that correction in the TMD policy. Thank you, Peter. So for your pleasure, are your policies up for final adoption?
And I think unless there's anyone who wishes to do them one by one, we could adopt these en masse. We have 4 policies on funding infrastructure, on Colorado River compacts entitlements, on interstate water marketing, and on trans-mountain water diversions. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt all 4 policies in their final form.
We have a motion by Ms. Whitmore. Is there a second?
Trampy.
A second by Mr. Trampy. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Thank you, sir. The last time you have to do that.
Yeah, thank you very much, and we'll call it a success.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
If I can, Mr. President, I'd like to introduce our external affairs team to introduce them, bring them onto the screen. That includes Jim Pokrant, Zane Kessler, Alicia Frederick, and Eleanor Hassenbach. I want to just point out, if I can, you noted the incredible favorable ratings that the district is getting among our constituents, and I would tell you that I attribute quite a bit of that kind of turnaround in our historic polling. It isn't that the substantive work of the district has gotten any better. It is still just as good as it was, and really good. I mean, our engineers and our lawyers. It happens to be that our external affairs team is getting people to notice what it is the district has always done. And so I turn it over to our team for a brief update on information and outreach, followed by quick reports on state and federal affairs, but turn it over to our 3 directors and our fellow. Here you go, team.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start it off for us, just based on the memo that we prepared for you guys. We are in full swing with events. We have another event, State of the River meeting, happening on July 29th at 6:30. Registration is available for that, so you can register with Zoom from our website or even from our news drop. We have seen a great uptick in actual registrations since we've started our virtual State of the River, so this is exciting for us. We also have our Water with Your Lunch series. Our past event, our most recent event, was our Water with Your Lunch with our state climatologist and deputy engineer, Dave Kanzer. That was a great event, good turnout, and quite a bit of engagement with that event also. I think at this point, we are in full swing also on our social media with boosting these events and getting engagement from people within our community on just our basic messaging and what the River District is doing. Bear with me.
Well, it appears that Alicia just lost her connection, or something happened there. Perhaps we can turn to Jim for an update. Jim, were you, I don't know how you guys had structured this update.
We were just going to ad-lib it. It's a detailed it's a detailed memo, and we've put out a number of press releases. We've gotten a lot of press mentions, some surrounding our events, and some with opinion pieces that we've put out recently. I hope Tom Alvey saw the one in the Montrose paper. Maybe Director Kaplan did as well. But I guess just qualitatively, I want to say that a lot of the credit that Andy just doled out and came to me earlier, really the team that's in place with me and will be here when I leave, a lot of credit goes to them. Alicia is not with us, but she's been an incredible engine propelling us forward. assisted by Eleanor, who's got a lot of great ideas and has brought a lot of creativity. And Zane, he comes up with a good idea every now and then. So point is that there's good people in place here at the Colorado River District.
I would add to that, Jim, to what Jim and Alicia said, and just highlight the fact that much of the work you're seeing from the external affairs team these days is the result of a very quick pivot that we had to make once COVID and the coronavirus pandemic were upon us. We had a very robust boots on the ground, in-person outreach schedule planned and ready to go for the summer months. And I think as a team, we've successfully been able to pivot to a entirely virtual outreach program. We are expanding our radio ads, our social media continues to target and grow within communities here on the West Slope. And then our email newsletter, which many of you see both in the form of pre and post board newsletters or board meeting newsletters, but also in the bi-weekly, news drop that we've been doing, and the subscriptions for those continue to grow. It's certainly clear that there is an appetite for more education and information on water issues, and we're glad that we can have an opportunity to fulfill that need.
And then I would just mention, talking about the pivot with COVID, we are still planning the seminar, but it will probably be a series of webinars instead of an in-person event. And so that's in flux right now as we're getting it together.
And I noticed Alicia has made it back despite internet trouble. Welcome back, Alicia. Yeah, barely, yeah. Yeah. Not so much, no.
Happy to take any questions from the board on external affairs activities. And as always, we welcome any ideas from you on opportunities to reach out, albeit virtual for the time being. If there are Rotary clubs or public meetings that you think we need to be present at, please don't ever hesitate to call or email us.
And if I can stress, you know, our group is still able to provide information and education. We're certainly not going to provide advocacy for the ballot question you just voted to put on the ballot, but we really would be happy to show up virtually to any meeting, no matter who it is and how small or how large. Our staff's been doing that. These guys are really good at it, these folks. And so if you have something or you have suggestions, please let us know. Just that education and outreach part, it's really helpful for people who aren't familiar with the water world to understand that there's something called the Colorado River District and what it is we're doing. So we really have the ability to present well and to convey some really important information, especially to these service clubs or chamber of commerces people who don't run in the water world. So if you have contacts or ideas, I'd ask you to reach out to Jim and Eleanor, particularly on those, what we used to call boots on the ground. It's now boots in the airwaves. You know, I would just say, in keeping with best management practices right now, I'm not sending employees out to meet in person at meetings. The last thing I need to do is either be the epicenter of a super spreader event by sending one of our employees who might already be ill to a different community, or frankly, having our employee put at risk for a presentation. So we do them virtually, but not in person at this present time. So, I also just want to draw your attention. Eleanor is our fellow, communications fellow. She's really been a wonderful asset this year to help us. I think this pivot to the digital world would have been a lot harder without Eleanor's presence, and she's helping these three in all areas, and really just want to let you know, board, that it's a great opportunity that we've had to have Eleanor on the team. So thank you.
For my part, I think what's commendable is not so much that you did pivot, but you were able to pivot so quickly. that you already had the skill sets and everything else in place to jump in and do that. So I think that is very commendable.
Well, that's where Eleanor and Alicia especially get a lot of credit. And it's not so much that they had the skill sets in place. They learned it overnight. So a lot of credit to them.
Because they aren't of Richard Gere's vintage.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not any ageist comments, Mr. President.
Since I went to school with him, that's okay. Okay.
Okay.
The other questions of our EA team. I mean, they've been doing a great job, and if we can, get more exposure out there, I think it's going to be really imperative as we go, the next 3 months. So, appreciate what you guys are doing. I really appreciate, the drop that comes out every other day. The format, the fact it's easy to work through, and it gets your attention.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is Monger. I had a question of Zane, if I could. So,
yes, sir.
Just quickly go there. So, it's summer and legislature's out. Are they having summer interim water committee meetings? And is everybody retired now and they're back for re-election? And what's happening out there?
Yeah, I think that's a great segue to our state affairs report. I'll do a quick overview of what we know. To answer your question immediately, though, the budget cuts, which were the dominating story at the end of the legislative session, did require that we go without interim committees, including the interim water resources and the interim wildfire matters review committee. So we will not be having interim committees this year. We are working to try and figure out what kind of subcommittee, virtual subcommittee, the Colorado Water Congress could hold to allow a venue for conversations on a variety of important issues related to water. With that, unless you have a follow-up question.
We do have a question from Mr. Aquafresca, just a minute, Mr. Kessler.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Zane or anybody else on the team, if you know how many subscribers you have to the News Drop newsletter. I've been getting good feedback about that newsletter, so I was curious as to how widespread it's sent out.
Somewhere in the realm of 1,300 people, or sorry, 3,174 people, according to the memo, I believe.
Approximately.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good number, yep.
That does go out to our entire email list. So the same group of constituents and followers that we send our board newsletters out to, both before and after board meetings.
Very good.
Director Aquafresca, if I could just say to the directors, anybody whose email address would like news from us, please forward it to Alicia or Eleanor or Lizzie. I would say just by way of example, if you remember our old email distribution of news articles, that email distribution list was about 60 people. And so we reinvented this opportunity here to really boost this out to a much broader number. And we started with closer to 2,000 names. The team has added them by doing these virtual events where we're through consensual contacts, we're capturing emails and being able to add people to our list. But we're always looking for additional people we can reach. And so you all are out in your communities. Please let us know if there are people we can send that to. We prefer not to send it as junk mail or unsolicited. As you'll notice that we do send a lot of it. So we only want to send it to people who appreciate it. But that newsletter has, that news drop, as it's been reinvented, has really been useful in helping us get our message out, but even more important, frankly, the real news about the river. And I also, we're driving those people who are reading to the papers that the news articles are appearing in.
Right.
And I believe that the press is very happy in these times of very limited revenue to have additional people hitting their webpage. So it really is something that we're doing that hopefully help our press hang on and stay alive as times are tough for all of them. So.
Yeah, I think the readers really appreciate having someone else do all the legwork to keep up on current events in the water world, and sharing those articles from various publications. So it's really working. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Kessler, continue.
Yes, sir. So back on state affairs, it was obviously a very wild ride at the end of the second half of the legislative session in Denver this year. They only ended up being able to meet for a total of 84 days in session, though the entire session lasted about 160 days. You'll remember or know that the normal legislative session is 120 days. And so the pandemic and the resulting economic crisis that followed certainly jammed a wrench in the spokes of a number of bills. I think we were very lucky to have gotten our priority legislation, House Bill 1159, passed in the early days of the legislature, and we were also able to work on 1157 as well. We've covered those in length before. Unless directors have specific questions about either of those bills, I'll just wrap up state affairs by mentioning that we were successful in convincing the House and Senate leadership not to move forward with a Waters of the United States bill, or a dredge and fill water permit program under CDPHE's Water Quality Control Commission. And we were also successful in avoiding some major budget cuts. I think everybody certainly took a hit. The budget took a drop of more than 23% in a quarter. And while we certainly did take some cuts at DNR and elsewhere, it was largely K through 12, higher education and transportation, as well as social programs and the Department of Law that took the greatest hits. So we will see a Gallagher question on the ballot this coming November. In the waning days of the legislature, Republicans and Democrats both came together to reach the supermajority necessary in order to refer that measure to the ballot. We've covered that in the past as well, but I'm happy to take questions on that.
Any questions, Mr. Kessler? Okay.
So federal affairs, a lot has changed since I wrote my memo to you all about 3 weeks ago. We've seen a lot of movement in the House on various water infrastructure pieces of legislation, notably HR 2, the Moving Forward Act, includes a couple of previously considered House bills. It's a bit of a minibus for infrastructure, if you will. And it does include a water infrastructure package that's really combined between two bills: the Future Western Water Infrastructure and Drought Resiliency Act, which provides a variety of investments for surface and groundwater storage, and then the Western Water Security Act, which we have discussed in the past, which expands a number of water grant programs, including WaterSmart. There have been concerns raised by the River District and others related to the language in that bill that would allow non-governmental organizations to be the lead applicants for WaterSmart grant dollars. That language stayed in the House version, but we have seen language and had conversations with the Senate committee staff that have reached compromise legislation that would require, or excuse me, compromise language that would require NGOs be working in cooperation with a traditionally eligible entity. So with that said, the House Appropriations Committee also passed the FY 2021 Energy and Water Development Spending Bill. That increases budget authority for WaterSmart by $70 million. It prohibits funds from being used on the Shasta Dam and Reservoir Enlargement Project in California. And then it permanently extends the Reclamation Water Settlement Fund, which the Bureau uses to settle water rights cases with individual Indian tribes. That bill had a number of plus-ups that go above and beyond what the president's budget had requested. including $230 million for water conservation and delivery programs administered by the Bureau, $100 million for rural water projects. That includes fish passage and screens, environmental restoration and compliance, and facilities, OM&R, and then another $60 million in authorizations for water smart grants. The Senate has not taken up their version of the 2021 Energy and Water Development Appropriations Bill, but we're hearing that we could see them beginning work on that as soon as September. On the Senate side, as was mentioned in my memo, we did see the Great American Outdoors Act pass just a couple of weeks ago. That was introduced by Senator Cory Gardner, and it permanently funds the Land and Water Conservation Fund at about $900 million annually. It also provides $9.5 billion over 5 years for national parks and public lands agency maintenance backlogs. NWRA and others had expressed some concerns at the last minute, attempting to amend that bill to provide a reclamation title. Leadership withstood requests and demands for a reclamation title. Since that bill passed, we have seen a number of other vehicles move in the Senate that do include potential reclamation funding. So I don't believe that reclamation will be left entirely out. We just may be a little bit later this year in receiving some of those critical funding for the agency and their grant programs. Seeing some invasive species programs move forward, as well as worded discussions as well. So with that, I think I've probably taken up enough time and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Kessler on this? Okay, well, thank you, sir. Keep doing what you're doing, and you know, let's see how things go. You know, with this continued outreach, and I guess we'll be getting into the last little seminars or non-seminars as we wrap up this with Andy, a couple more agenda items. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to Mr. Mueller. Yep.
Yeah, if I can, I noticed Hunter's popped up on the screen, and, Hunter is going to give us the project operations update on Wolford Mountain Reservoir and Elkhead Reservoir. There are no action items here, but just informational. And Hunter, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And as you mentioned, this is just updates. There's no, sorry, just to make sure I was off mute there. No, just updates, no board action recommended or requested. The first item there is wetlands permitting at Wolford. This is for the wetlands that were created as to compensate for the inundated wetlands under the reservoir. The staff is working with the Corps of Engineers and our consultants, SGM, to work out some issues with the permitting, and we'll keep you posted on that at future board meetings. The next item is for the BLM right-of-way, another federal agency. The dam, much of the reservoir, and some of the wetlands are all on BLM-owned parcels, and that's possible because of a right-of-way agreement with the BLM. That agreement expires in June of next year. So staff is working with the BLM. They've been very good so far, and we'll be trying to update that well before the expiration. The next item there is the Richard Dam risk analysis. You may remember a few years ago we did something similar where we convened an expert panel and they look at the risks associated with the dam. We're doing that again now. We're taking a fresh look with some new experts, and this resulting risk analysis will help inform future decisions related to the dam. The next item there is maintenance. One thing that I pointed out first in the memo is that we had 2 successful dam inspections with the state. There's no significant new issues at the dam, so that was good. We do have some ongoing maintenance at Richard Dam, some issues with the outlet works, nothing particularly major there. And then some concrete repair. The dam is just, a few decades old, and the concrete showing some signs of aging, so we'll stay on top of that so it doesn't become a bigger issue. And then the last point there is the recreation area. With COVID, we delayed the opening of the campground consistent with the county. The reservoir itself was open that whole time to either ice fishing or after that it was open to fishing and eventually boating with the boat ramp opening. But the campground itself was delayed. We saw a little bit of a decrease in occupancy early on there, but if anything, it's gone the other way now, where campgrounds are in very high demand, as several of you mentioned with other issues. So the rec area is very popular right now. Our concessionaire up there, they do have a plan in place, so they're wearing masks, and they have a whole plan on how to keep themselves and their staff and the public safe up there. So that's all I had for Wolford and Elkhead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Causey? Good to know things are going well and capable hands. Thank you, Hunter. Back to you, Mr. Mueller.
Yep, thank you, Hunter. Just one last item, and that's our future meetings. It might be quicker to talk about the future meetings we're not going to have. For a number of reasons, and one of them being the delay in reporting that the counties are engaging in with respect to their reports back to us as a taxing entity. We normally get their information by late August. That's why we can have our budget workshop in September. We're actually, especially this year, since we're going to the voters and it will drastically change our budget next year, we're suggesting that we have a preliminary budget discussion in October at the board meeting, followed by a special meeting in either late November or early December. We have a certification deadline in the middle of December. We need to need to time it for, but unless the board directs otherwise, that's how we intend to handle this budget process this year. So it'll be a little bit delayed. I'd like to say that, you know, by delaying it, we're more likely to meet in person. But I have no idea what's actually going to happen. The numbers seem so weird in our state right now and in the country. So I've kind of stopped trying to get anybody's hopes up about meeting in person or having our office back open because it's just this kind of seesaw thing. I will say the annual webinar seminar is now an annual webinar. We are going to do a series of kind of lunchtime meetings with maybe one evening during the same week, a water week. It's not ideal at all given the environment we're in, but we may move that into October. That was scheduled for the week of actually Labor Day week. Labor Day is late this year, so it was scheduled for the Friday of Labor Day week. We may move that into early October. The team's working on scheduling that right now. So just a heads up, we are looking at a series of panels identifying and having community members talk about projects that the River District has been involved in and been instrumental in, and kind of the benefits around the basin to having the district partner on these projects. I think it's a little bit different format subject, and then we'll have perhaps one panel on big river issues, but we want to really highlight for everybody the work that we do that often goes unnoticed or untalked about at some of these seminars. Our fourth regular quarterly meeting is still on the books for October 20th and 21st in Glenwood Springs. Who knows? We'll see how that goes. I know there was lots of reluctance to have this meeting by Zoom. Unfortunately, with the state and local mandates, I don't think we had a choice. We'll see what's going on as we approach the October meeting. The Colorado Water Congress summer event, my understanding, it hasn't been officially declared this, but my understanding is they are also going virtual, probably with lunchtime events at a date to be determined. So that would normally happen in the summer. I think it was scheduled for Steamboat, but it is no longer going to happen that way. And then CRUA, don't worry, if you feel like going to the Petri dish that is Las Vegas, they have not canceled CRUA yet. So It's still in the books, although our planning committee member, Jim Pogran, informs us that they're waiting till September to make the call as to whether that too may go virtual. So it is a world of changes as we deal with this. You'll note that we talked about this in April, but I just want to draw people's attention. We had talked about doing a fact-finding mission down in the lower basin this November, especially timely given the demand management discussions. We've canceled that in talking with some of the people we were going to visit with. It is just not something that we can commit to right now, and nor, frankly, did any of our agencies that we wanted to visit want us to commit to that. So we're going to have to find a different way to do that, or I guess that on that one, I'm holding out hope that in future years we'll be able to actually do it in person. I do think that there's a lot of value in talking with and seeing fallowing projects firsthand and understanding what's going on in different communities and how it's rolled out. I think there was also, we also had talked with San Diego and the Southern Nevada Water Authority about looking at some of their more innovative reuse projects and urban water use issues, something that could probably really help us understand some of the issues the lower basin is dealing with. We will try to keep those conversations alive and schedule that at a time where we can do that. With that, I think from my perspective, I think the meeting is ready to be concluded, but if there's anything else, please let me know.
Any last questions of Mr. Mueller? Hearing none, I think this meeting is adjourned. I want to thank everybody for the time that you committed to be here. And it's just, well, we weren't in Glenwood this time because I just saw that the governor is closing all the bars at 10 o'clock at night. And that we had nothing to do with our evenings then. If they had closed the bars at 10 o'clock, I know in particular, my vice president would love to be out in the bars till 2 o'clock in the morning, right? But thanks everybody for their time, and we'll be in touch. You'll be hearing from me and from other folks on support for this ballot initiative. It's critical for the River District to get the word out on this and to get the support. We've got about 80 days or so to get that going, and we've got a group that's going to pull together, and I hope that all the board can get behind it and assist both personally and frankly financially too. You're thinking about who you can invite to make some contributions, folks that value the River District and the work that we have been doing over the past 80 plus years. So any other comments from anybody before we depart? Thank you very much.
Hey, Andy and Peter, can you hang on a second?
Yes.
About that press release.
Okay, the press release?